Good morning and welcome to the 2023 Premier National Junior Jersey Show. Your milking yearlings have now entered the ring. Judging our Premier National Junior Jersey Show today is Dean Doley. He resides in Missouri and owns and operates Starstruck Farm alongside of his wife Stacy and son Grant, as they are home to 50 elite jerseys. As a professional cattle fiddler for over 15 years, Dean worked with many national champions and All-Americans in several breeds, but is most proud to have bred and owned All-American nominated cattle in 3 different breeds. Today, with a passion for the dairy industry and the show ring, Dean runs the day-to-day operations at the dairy, and he and his family enjoy showing their Jersey cattle at several state, regional, and national shows throughout the year. We welcome Dean and thank him for being our judge today. Judge Doley has completed his placings in the milking yearling heifer class. In second place was entry 1037, Walkley Reckless Twizzler, owned by Brianna Walker. And your winning entry was entry 3441, owned by Tyler Cicerello, South Mountain RCD Ricochet ET. Congratulations. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, good morning, everyone. It's what a pleasure it is to be at Harrisburg, Pennsylvania once again. It's been a few years, but it's good to see that the dairy industry is still alive and well and being with these young people this morning. This yearling and milk class, I think we got tremendous uddered cows from top to bottom. But for me today, the cow that wins the class is just a cow that has the best udder of the class, and she's a cow that walks out on the best set of feet and legs. And it is that height and width and size and shape of her teat that carries her over our cow coming out in second. Second place cow, what a frame. You really admire that overall width from her chest right through her barrel. You love the fill that she's taken on today. But for me today, I'd like to see her just be a touch more comfortable on those foot and legs and the size and shape of her teat to really push the cow in front of her today. Second over third, just more cow from side. You get behind him, she's got so much more volume of midsection, she's got so much more width to chest, and she carries that from end to end. Our cow coming out in third is a winter yearling in milk. She's a cow that's just been fresh a couple of weeks. What a beautiful udder, and I think time is this young cow's best friend. Tremendous individual. Beautiful cow in third, and it is overall cleanliness from end to end, the height of her chine, cleanliness through the thighs that carries over our cow coming out in fourth. Fourth place cow, you really admire that udder height and width, size and shape of the teat. But for me today, to get her higher in the class, I'd like to see her just a little bit cleaner right up over those shoulders and right through her thighs. But it is that rear view that gets her over our fifth place cow. Fifth place cow that's very comfortable on her feet and legs, and she's a cow that's a little deeper in her seam when you get behind her than our sixth place cow. Nice cows from top to bottom. Congratulations.
Your summer junior 2-year-olds are entering the ring. For those of you marking your catalogs, the winning entry was entry 3441, South Mountain RCD Ricochet ET. Entry 2488 was 5th. Entry 2004 was 4th. Entry 1037 was 2nd, Walkley Reckless Twizzler, owned by Brianna Walker. Entry 1841 was 6th. Entry 342 was 8th. Entry 2905 was 9th. Entry 3423 was 7th. And entry 3184 was moved from the winter yearling class and was 3rd. Judge Doley has completed his placings in the summer junior 2-year-old class. In third place, entry 3193, SV Heath Colton Jaslyn. In second place, entry 1822, Reiхдale Shaken Shifter. And in first place, your winning entry 3596, Croc V Velvet, owned by Sarah Reed. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what another beautiful class of young cows. This cow that wins the class just kind of took herself to the top for me. She's long and she's clean, and when she comes and makes the corner here, that long, clean neck, she's high in her chine. She's got a beautiful spring and openness to her midsection, and she is the best udder in the class. It is that overall drop to her midsection, that drop to her flank that carries her over cow that I moved up one spot into second. Second over third, when you get behind him, she's just a cow that's got a little more levelness to the floor of her mammary system. She's a cow that's got a little nicer size and shape to her teat. Third over fourth, when you get behind him, she's got so much more climb to her midsection. She's a cow that's a little cleaner from end to end than our cow coming out here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, she's just a cow when you get beside her, she's longer in the neck, she's more angular over her top than our cow coming out in fifth. Fifth place cow over the sixth place cow. This cow's got a little more volume to her memory system. Cow looks like she gives volumes of milk. She's a cow for me to get higher in the class today. Just needs to be harder from the top, from the point of her chine to the tail, to the tip of her tail. But beautiful classic cows from Indiana. Congratulations. We got any water? Hope I don't offend anybody. It's hot out here. Wow. Really? The last time I was here, years ago, I told my wife, "You keep talking to me. Where's my it's been like 4 a.m." Thanks for having me.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the junior 2-year-old class. In third place was entry 3116, Davis Pride Victorious Bubbles. In second place was entry 1616, Daydream Chrome Roulette. And your winning entry was entry 2469, owned by Alexa Albrecht, Miss Colton Fantasia. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what a beautiful class of junior 2-year-olds. This cow that wins the class does it rather handily for me today. Long from the side, she's long, clean in her neck, she's high chine, she's a cow that has a deep open rib, and she is the best udder in this class. It is that overall frame, height and width of that mammary system that carries over a well-balanced cow coming out in second. Our second place cow, you really admire that overall dariness from the end to end, beautiful mammary system underneath this young cow, but she just doesn't have that drop to her midsection, not as tall at the point of the shoulder as our winning cow. Second over third, when you get behind them, just a little deeper in the crease, a little nicer size and shape to the teat on our second place cow. Third place cow, long frame kind of a cow, beautiful foot and leg, just doesn't have that mammary system to get above these other two cows today. Congratulations.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in his Jersey Senior 2-year-old class. In third place was entry 2098, Ayrshire LOL Show Up. In second place was entry 1150, Impression Missy ET, and your winning entry was entry 894, Windy Knollview Checkers, shown by Brinkley Burdett. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what a beautiful class of senior 2-year-old cows. This cow that wins the class does it rather handily for me. She is the biggest cow in the class, but she is also the most structurally correct. She carries the best mammary system underneath her. She is the best udder in the class, and she is the finest foot and leg cow in the group. She's a cow that just sorts herself right to the top. In our second place cow, she's a cow that's maybe not just quite as tall at the point of the shoulder. She's not as long from end to end, but that height and width and the fact that she's had that second calf is what carries her over our third place cow. Third place cow, you really admire that straightness of lines, a cow that's got a beautiful mammary system underneath her, but she's been fresh since March with that first calf, and that does take, she does not have that volume of mammary system that I'd like to see her move up in this class today, but with a cow that's just got so much future in front of her. It is that overall quality of mammary system, the venation, and the quality of that udder that carries over a quality cow coming out in fourth. Congratulations.
For those of you marking your catalogs, in the summer junior 2-year-old class, entry 3596 was first, Croc V Velvet, owned by Sarah Reed. Entry 2428 was fourth, entry 576 was fifth, entry 1822 was second, entry 1519 was seventh, entry 3193 was third, and entry 567 was sixth. In your junior 2-year-old class, entry 1616 was second, entry 3116 was third, entry 3483 was a scratch, entry 1941 was a scratch, entry 2469, Miss Colton Fantasia, owned by Alexa Albrecht, was first. And in your senior 2-year-old class, entry 2098 was third, entry 2216 was fourth, entry 1150 was second, and your winning entry was 894, Windy Knollview Checkers, owned by Brinkley Burdett. Your junior 3-year-olds are now in the ring.
Good morning and welcome to the Premier National Junior Milking Shorthorn Show. We are now entering the ring with the Milking Shorthorn Milking Yearling. The judge for the Premier National Junior Milking Shorthorn Show is David Hansen. David Hansen grew up on his family's registered Ayrshire farm in Goodridge, Minnesota. Under the Goodview prefix, where he's still actively involved along with his parents, Mike and Linda, and his two brothers, Matthew and Stephen. They milk 140 registered Ayrshires and Holsteins and farm around 2,700 acres of cropland. David graduated from the University of Minnesota in 2013 with a degree in animal science and a minor in applied economics. While there, he was also a member of the dairy judging team. David currently lives in Nicollet, Minnesota with his wife, Dr. Ashley Swenson. He works full-time on her family's farm, Forest Lawn Holsteins, where they milk 270 registered Holsteins, Brown Swiss, and Ayrshires. David has had the opportunity to judge many different shows at the local, state, national, and international level. David continues to exhibit cattle at state and national shows while breeding and exhibiting several All-American nominees. Judge Hansen, your comments on this class.
Just one milking yearling out here in the ring to kick off the Shorthorn show this morning. Really nice young cow. You love a lot of things about her. You love the strength down that top line. She's got good width through the front end, good width through the back end. Stands on a beautiful set of feet and legs. She's also a really refined individual, clean cut through that front end, clean cut over the hips and pins, and really refined through that hock. Beautiful mammary system on this young cow. I guess if I was going to change it all, I'd give her a little less tilt to that udder floor for a young cow. Maybe give her a little more depth and openness to both the fore and rear rib. Other than that, not a lot you change on a nice young milking yearling.
The winning entry in the Milking Shorthorn Milking Yearling Heifer class is Rock NGS Panzer Veronica, owned by Owen Halpin. Now entering the ring, we have the Junior 2-year-old class. In second place in the Summer Junior 2-year-old class of the Milking Shorthorn Show is Quietness Gianna Chastity, exhibited by Ava Kirk. And first place in the Summer Junior 2-year-old class is BJ Colors Lucky Strike Coco, exhibited by Jordan Naylor. Judge Hansen, your comments on this class.
Two Summer Junior 2s out here in the ring, two very different animals, but a close place between these two individuals. I go up with this first cow today. She's just got more strength and power throughout. She's got more width through that front end, much more width through that back end. She combines it with more capacity, that rib cage being deeper in the fore and rear rib. Moving to the mammary system, she's got a longer, more capacious foreudder, a higher, wider rear udder attachment, more overall capacity to that mammary system than this cow in second. I admit this second place cow is a much cleaner cut individual. She's longer and leaner through that neck, much sharper over the shoulders, sharper down that top line, cleaner through the rump structure, and flatter boned about the hock than this cow in first. However, just not quite the strength and power, not quite the depth of body, not quite the capacity of that mammary system to get over that cow in first today.
In the Milking Shorthorn ring, the Junior 2-year-old class, second place goes to entry number 3102, Davis Pride LKYST Lamborghini, exhibited by Maddox Davis. And first place goes to entry number 282, Halpin's Rockstar Dixie, exhibited by Owen Halpin. Judge Hansen.
Two nice young 2-year-olds out here in the ring. This first cow goes up pretty handily for me today. She has the advantage in size, strength, and scale. She's taller in that front end, displays more uphill run when viewed from the side. She's got an advantage having more stretch from pole to pins than this heifer in second. In addition, she's got more depth to both that fore and rear rib, has more width between the front feet, and then carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls. Moving to the mammary system, this first place cow has more space between teats front to rear, has a higher, wider rear udder attachment with more capacity to those rear quarters than this young cow in second. I admit this second place cow is a little cleaner cut throughout, touch more open through that rib, cleaner cut through those hips and pins, a little flatter boned about the hock than your cow in first. Just not quite the capacity to that rib, not quite the size and scale to get over that first place cow in this class today.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the Jersey Junior 3-year-old class. In third place was entry 3164, Kavita Nuance Vortiga, showed by Macy Crothers. In second place was entry 3354, Perennial Velocity Veil ET, shown by Emery Bewley. And your winning entry in your Junior 3-year-old class, entry 986, First Glance Victory Dance, owned by Cody Walker. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what a beautiful class of cows from end to end, cows that have that will to give volumes of milk. Cow that wins this class does it on her overall mammary system. She's a cow that she's love that beautiful uphill run that she possesses. And for me today, she's this cow that's just a little cleaner in her hock than our second place cow. I moved our second place cow up for just a second to get a good look at him. But for me today, I'd like to kick some, just seems like there's just a touch of puffiness in those hocks as she moves out today. But what a beautiful cow when you get behind her. She has that spring and openness to her midsection, that height and width of rear udder that carries her over our third place cow. Third place cow, beautiful styled cow. Cow's got a lot of length to her frame. I'd like to give her just a little more extension to her neck to give when as it blends into that front, into her shoulder. But when you get behind her, it's that height and width of her mammary system and the overall size and shape of her teeth that carries her over our fourth place cow. Fourth over fifth cow, when you get behind her, she's just got that height and width I like to see, and she's got a little size, nicer size and shape to her front teeth than our cow coming out here in fifth. Fifth over sixth cow that's just a little more comfortable on her feet and legs today, and just a little nicer the way the teeth set under the floor of that mammary system. Nice cows from Indiana. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring of the Milking Shorthorn Show, we have the senior 2-year-old class. Assisting us today in the Milking Shorthorn Show, presenting awards, we have the National Milking Shorthorn Queen, Savannah Simrod. Savannah comes to us today from Crescent, Oklahoma, where she and her family live on Sweet Dreams Farm. She's in 11th grade at Crescent Public Schools, and in her spare time enjoys playing softball, participating in her local FFA chapter, showing cattle, and horseback riding with friends. Thank you to Savannah for helping us today with the Shorthorn Show.
For those of you marking your catalogs, in the junior 3-year-old class, entry 1193 was 4th, entry 1346 was 5th, entry 1179 was 8th, entry 3164 was 3rd, entry 3121 was 11th, entry 578 was 7th, entry 3354 was 2nd, entry 986, First Glance Victory Dance, owned by Cody Walker, was 1st. Entry 4230 was 9th. Entry 1955 was 10th. Entry 2650 was 6th. Handing out our awards in the Junior Jersey Show ring are our Delaware Dairy Princess and our alternate Delaware Dairy Princess, Avery Carrick and Natalie Armstrong.
Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the Milking Shorthorn Senior 2-year-old class. In third place, we have entry number 284, Halpin's Rock Store Mysterious, exhibited by Owen Halpin. In second place, we have entry number 3043, Woodsy Dell Berry Cocktail, exhibited by Alora Sprout. And winning the Senior 2-year-old class is Halpin's Triple Crown Roulette, exhibited by Owen Halpin. Judge Hansen, your comments on this class.
Three nice senior 2-year-olds out here. This first cow goes to the top pretty handily for me. She's got all the pieces, all the advantages over these other two. She has the advantage in strength and power over this cow in second. She's got more width through that front end, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls than this cow in second. In addition, she's deeper in both that fore and rear rib. Moving to the mammary system, she's longer in that forward attachment. It blends more smoothly into the body wall. She's higher and wider in that rear udder attachment. She's got more space between teats, front to rear, and teats that hang more perpendicular to the ground than this cow in second. Second over third in a close place in this second place cow. She's just a little cleaner cut throughout, a little sharper through that neck and throat, touch more open through the rib, a little less patchy over the hips and pins. Moving to the mammary system on this cow, she's got more definition of that rear seam, more quality to that mammary system today. Just more bloom to them rear quarters. Take nothing away from this third place cow. She's a tall and long individual. She's got the advantage in width and power over that cow in second. Just not quite the quality of the mammary system, not quite the angularity throughout to get over that second place cow today.
Let's now welcome to the ring the junior 3-year-olds for the Milking Shorthorn Premier National Junior Show. Judge Hansen has concluded his placings in the Milking Shorthorn Junior 3-year-old class. In third place, we have Rajunka Jun Patriot Raspberry, exhibited by Kaylin Russell. In second place, Mill Creek Comanche Asia, exhibited by Gloria Andrews. And first place in the Junior 3-year-old class is SFHC Lad Payment, exhibited by Allie, Brock, and Olivia Champlever. Judge Hansen, your comments on this class.
Pair of nice cows to top this class today. This first cow goes over the cow in second. She's just got the advantage in size, stretch, and scale. She's a little taller in that front end, displays a touch more uphill run when viewed from the side. She's got more length from end to end than this cow in second. She's also a touch wider through the chest, a touch wider through that rump structure than the cow in second. In addition, this first place cow's a little deeper in that fore and rear rib, a little more boldly sprung about that rib cage than the cow in second. Final point in this first cow's favor, she has a foreudder that's got more capacity to it. It's a touch longer in that foreudder. It blends a little more smoothly into the body wall than your second place cow. I admit this second place cow is a touch higher in that rear udder attachment, a little wider in that rear udder attachment, has more definition to that rear seam than your cow in first does today. Second over third, it is that mammary system that carries her over this cow in third. She's got a more well-attached mammary system. It's higher and wider in that rear udder attachment. It's much longer in that forward attachment. She's much more youthful about that mammary system, carrying it higher above the hocks, while also having less tilt to that udder floor than this cow in third. I admit this third place cow is a little bit taller than your cow in second. However, just not quite the correctness through that mammary system, not the youthfulness in that udder to get any higher in this class today.
Now in the ring for the Premier National Junior Show for Milking Shorthorns, we have the Senior 3-year-old class. Next into the ring will be the Intermediate Champion. Please have first and second place winning entries to ringside in preparation for the Intermediate Champion.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the senior 3-year-old class. In third place was entry 2293, Saybrook Denver Dana. In second place was entry 1475, Hardcore Engineer Fiona. And your winning entry, 3167, Underground Lollipop Lorelei, ET, shown by Macy Crothers. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what an outstanding group of cows. These first 4 or 5 cows just really admire the mammary systems that they carry. I moved this cow up a spot. When you get her in the line, she's just so long in her frame. She's a cow that just ties their forudder into that body wall just a little more comfortably than our second place cow. Second place cow, what a beautiful, long, clean neck, high chine kind of a cow. But for me today, I'd like to give her just a little more depth of seam as it comes up between those rear teats and when you get behind her. And then we come into second over third. I think she's a cow that just has a little more desirable frame for me. She's a little longer from end to end. She's a little harder over her top than our third place cow. Third over fourth, the cow that when you analyze them, she's just a little snugger in a forudder, the way it ties into that body wall, but I think a pair of cows that follow kind of a pattern and fit together. Fourth over fifth, cow that when you get behind her, she's just got so much more volume to that mammary system than our fifth place cow. Fifth place cow is our first cow in the lineup that's just had 2 calves. What a beautiful dairy frame cow that you really admire that mammary system. It just doesn't have that volume to compete with these cows above her today. But it is the overall length of her frame cow that's just a little more comfortable on her feet than our fifth place cow. Fifth place cow, big, powerful cow that's open in her midsection and then more level in her rump than our sixth place cow. Sixth over seventh, just a cow, she's just got so much more volume to her mammary system. Nice cows on down the line. Congratulations.
Now entering the ring is intermediate champion for the Jersey Show. For those of you marking your catalogs in the senior 3-year-old class, entry 1198 was 5th. Entry 2221 was 8th. Entry 2293 was 3rd. Entry 1475 was 2nd. Entry 3686 was 6th. Entry 899 was 4th. Entry 2269 was 7th. Entry 2219 was 9th. Entry 3167 was 1st, Underground Lollipop Lorelei, shown by Macy Crothers.
In the Milking Shorthorn ring, Judge David Hansen has completed his placings for the Milking Shorthorn's senior 3-year-old class. In third place, we have Halpin's MM Premium Mimosa, exhibited by Owen Halpin. In second place, we have Quietness Gianna Parker, exhibited by Natalie Zug. And winning the senior 3-year-old class is Halpin's MM Patron Majestic, exhibited by Owen Halpin. Now to Judge Hansen for his reasons.
Interesting group of 3-year-olds out here. I started with this first cow. She's got 2 calves. I think she's the most complete cow in this group today. She's the cleanest cut individual out here. She has the advantage in being sharper over that shoulder, more open through that rib, a little less patchy over the hips and pins, and flatter boned about the hock than the cow in second. In the udder, she's got more balance and symmetry to those rear quarters. Noting that second place cow's a little light on that left rear. She's a little wider at the top of the rear quarters, has more definition to that seam to the top of the quarters than this cow in second. Second over third, it's her advantage in quality of that mammary system. However, she's got a longer forward that blends more smoothly into the body wall. She's got more venation on that mammary system at a more advantageous stage of lactation than the first calf cow that's only been fresh a week coming out here in third. Take nothing away from this third place cow. She's a tall, long, powerful individual. She's got more altitude in the front end, more width from end to end than your cow in second. Just not quite the definition of that rear seam, not quite the quality of that mammary system yet to place any higher in this class today.
Checkoff. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. From the dairy farm to the consumer's smartphone, we give them a behind-the-scenes look at how dairy farmers produce nutritious milk, care for their cows, and protect the environment. Our popular virtual farm tours connect students, parents, and teachers with dairy farmers for a live video tour of a farm. More than 500,000 students and families have already participated to learn about dairy. Find more information about our upcoming virtual farm tours to share with your community at americandairy.com.
Currently in the ring for the Premier National Junior Jersey Show is the selection for Intermediate Champion. Your Intermediate Champion Award is sponsored by Country Folks, and your Reserve Intermediate Champion Award is sponsored by Brookside Farms. Your entries in the ring for your milking yearling class, in first place was South Mountain RCD Ricochet ET, owned by Tyler Cicerello. Your second place entry was Walkley Reckless Twizzler, owned by Brianna Walker. For your summer junior 2-year-olds, your first place entry was Croc V Velvet, owned by Sarah V. Reed, and second place was Reichdale Shaken Shifter, owned by Hayden Reichard. For your junior 2-year-olds, your winning entry, Miss Colton Fantasia, owned by Alexa Albrecht, and in second place, Daydream Chrome Roulette, owned by Cole Nickerson. For your senior 2-year-olds, Windy Knollview Checkers, owned by Brinkley Burdett, was your winning entry, and in second place was Impression Missy E.T., owned by Caroline Aerosmith. For your junior 3-year-olds, First Glance Victory Dance, owned by Cody Walker, was your first place entry, and in second place was Perennial Velocity Veil E.T., owned by Emery Bewley. For your senior 3-year-olds, your winning entry was Underground Lollipop Lorelei E.T., owned by Macy Crothers, and in second place was Hardcore Engineer Fiona, owned by Allie Shamplever.
In the milking shorthorn ring, we have the intermediate champion class entering now. The sponsor for the intermediate champion is Wayhar Farms, William and Lolly Lesher and family. And the sponsor for the reserve intermediate champion is Cool Springs Farm, the Hess and Reed family. Represented in the intermediate champion class, we have the first place milking yearling heifer, Rock NGS Panzer Veronica, exhibited by Owen Halpin. The first place summer junior 2-year-old was BJ Colors Lucky Strike Coco, exhibited by Jordan Naylor, and the second place summer junior 2-year-old Quietness Gianna Chastity, exhibited by Ava Kirk. The first place junior 2-year-old was Halpin's Rockstar Dixie, exhibited by Owen Halpin, and second place Davis Pride LKY ST Lamborghini, exhibited by Maddox Davis. The first place senior 2-year-old was Halpin's Triple Crown Roulette, exhibited by Owen Halpin. Second place entry was Woodsy Dell Berry Cocktail, exhibited by Alora Sprout. The first place junior 3-year-old was SFHC Lad Payment, exhibited by Allie Brock and Olivia Champlouvier. And second place Mill Creek Comanche Asia, exhibited by Gloria Andrews. Rounding out the intermediate champion class, we have the winning senior 3-year-old, Halpin's MM Patron Majestic, exhibited by Owen Halpin, and second place was Quietness Gianna Parker, exhibited by Natalie Zug.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you would, let's give these youth a round of applause. What a beautiful cow show we've had to start with this morning. I pulled out 4 cows that I feel like are in contention for your intermediate champion. I pulled out this yearling of milk. What a beautiful young cow. You really admire that mammary system she carries, her overall frame, width when you get behind her. Then I pulled out our first prize junior 2-year-old. You stand behind her, she's got so much more depth. She's got so much openness and spring to her midsection. You get behind her, she's high and wide in that mammary system. Then we come to our first prize senior 2-year-old. Cow that when she came in, she kind of overwhelmed me. A cow that just kind of gets herself together. And when you analyze her, I think she's got the best udder that I've seen all day. Then we come to our first prize senior 3-year-old. Cow that you just admire that overall length of frame, height and width of her mammary system. Cow that just looks like she produces volumes of milk. I'm going to go out and congratulate your intermediate champion, your reserve, and your honorable mention. And if you would, greet these young people with a round of applause. Well, for me today, this senior 2-year-old, she's just so long, she's so angular. What a beautiful udder she carries underneath her. Maybe it is the best udder that I've seen all day long. She's just a cow that moves so freely on her feet and legs. When you analyze her and you compare her to that junior 2-year-old who I think has got so much future in front of her, she's just got that height and that width of her mammary system. She's got a little nicer turn at the top, but it is that overall depth and openness of this junior 2-year-old's midsection, the way she handles her feet and legs that carries her over our honorable mention, our senior 3-year-old. 3 tremendously nice young cows. Congratulations to you all.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion of the Premier National Junior Jersey Show, Windy Knollview Checkers, owned by Brinkley Burdett. Your reserve intermediate champion is Miss Colton Fantasia, owned by Alexa Albrecht. An honorable mention is Underground Lollipop Lorelei E.T., owned by Macy Crothers. Congratulations.
Beautiful group of young cows out here in the milking Shorthorn ring. Some really nice young cows standing back in line over there. I pulled these 4 out in front of you to select your intermediate champion from. We pulled out your first place milking yearling, your first place junior 2, your first place senior 2, and then the first place junior 3-year-old there on the end to choose from. I think all 4 of these cows have a lot of traits you really like about each one of them. I think they all show beautiful mammary systems underneath them with great feet and legs, strength, power, width, things you really admire in the frame as well. So I'm going to go out and select my intermediate champion, my reserve, and my honorable mention in that order, and then I'll talk about them each a little more.
Thank you. I would like.
We'll go with this junior 3-year-old as your intermediate champion today. This cow puts all the pieces together beautifully. She's tall, she's long, she's wide, she's got a beautiful set to that hock. She's refined and clean cut throughout. Then you move to the beautiful mammary system, long forward attachment, high wide rear attachment, beautiful bloom and capacity of that mammary system. Just a lot of pieces that's tough to get around on this junior 3-year-old. For reserve, it gets a little bit closer, but I'm going to go with this junior 2-year-old. Another cow, she's really square cut in her frame, stands on a great set of feet and legs, nice forerunner, maybe not quite as clean cut throughout as that junior 3, but a cow you really admire a lot of things about in that mammary system as well. And then honorable mention, it was close as well. I'm going to go with this milking yearling. She's a really nice young heifer. She's got a high, wide rear attachment on this young cow. She's super clean cut and refined. Give this young heifer another month or two. She's going to really develop and turn into something special. So congratulations to all these milking shorthorn breeders. A beautiful group of young cows out here this morning.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion of the Milking Shorthorn Show, entry number 4296, SFHC Lad Payment, exhibited by Allie Brock and Olivia Champlouvier. And the reserve intermediate champion was entry number 282, Halpin's Rockstar Dixie, exhibited by Owen Halpin. And another entry by Owen Halpin, the Milking Yearling, entry number 429, Rockin' GS Panzer Veronica, was honorable mention. Congratulations.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the 4-year-old class. In third place was entry 987, South Mountain Viral Rhapsody, ET. In second was 1534, Way Har Fizz Tipsy, ET. And your winning entry, 1347, DGM Oliver Phoebe, ET, shown by Cameron Moyer. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, nice group of cows to start our mature cow class. This cow that wins the class, she just does it on her overall structural correctness. She's a cow that's long in her frame. She's a cow that's very comfortable on her feet and legs, and she is the best udder in this class. I prefer the way the rear teats sit underneath the floor of this mammary system. I believe when you get behind her, you prefer the way that it turns up between the thighs. She's just got a little nicer turn as it goes up in between the thighs on this first place cow. Second place cow, you really admire her overall frame. Big, chiseled out, kind of a dairy cow that's a little harder from her to middle of her top to her through her pins, a little more level through her rump than our third place cow. I think our second and third place cows kind of follow fit together. That's the reason I kept them. This cow in third, you really admire that overall length of neck, depth of body, height and width of that mammary system. But she's a cow, when she gets out on the move, she gets to rolling those pins just a touch for me today. It is that overall height and width and her overall frame that carries over a well-balanced cow coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth, I think cow that when you get behind him, she's just got a little nicer size and shape to her teat. She's got a little deeper seam as she goes away from us today. Our fifth place cow over our sixth place cow, just a little more quality in her frame than this quality dairy cow coming out in sixth. Congratulations.
For those of you marking your catalogs, in the Jersey 4-year-old class, entry 3799 was fourth, entry 987 was third, entry 3443 was fifth, entry 1534 was second, entry 3303 was a scratch, entry 1347 DGM Oliver Phoebe ET, shown by Cameron Moyer, was first, and entry 3391 was sixth. Your 5-year-olds are in the ring.
Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the Premier National Junior Show Milking Shorthorn 4-year-old cow class. In third place, we have Oak Pride Royal Harmony, exhibited by Alexa Davis. In second place, we have Grey Goose Justice Beyonce, exhibited by Julia Vunk. And winning the 4-year-old class is Hardcore Lottery Fireworks, exhibited by Peyton Toe. Now to Judge Hansen for his remarks on the class.
Nice group of 4-year-olds out here to kick off the older cow classes. This first cow, she's only been milking a short period of time. There's a lot of things you like about her. She has the advantage over the cow in second in her udder. She's got a longer forudder attachment that blends more smoothly into the body wall. She's more nearly level about that udder floor, noting that second place has tilt to that udder when viewed from the side. Moving to the rear quarters, this cow in first is less shelved at the top of the rear quarters than your cow in second is today as well. Another point in this first cow's favor, she's stronger down that top line, especially in the loin region, more nearly level from hips to pins, noting this second place cow is high in those pin bones. And then in the legs, this first place cow has thurls placed more equal distance between the hips and pins, resulting in her carrying her rear feet and legs more squarely beneath the rump structure. I admit this second place cow's got more bloom to the mammary system, milking a little bit longer. She also has more width to the rear quarters than your cow in first. And it is that mammary system carries second over third today. She's more youthful in this mammary system. She's got more bloom and capacity to the mammary system, a higher, wider rear udder attachment, and more definition to seam than the cow in third. This third place cow is a big, powerful individual. It's not quite the correctness in that mammary system, not quite the youthfulness and refinement throughout to place any higher in this class today.
Now entering the Milking Shorthorn ring is the cows 6 years and older class. This class will be followed by the senior champion, so please have your first and second place 4-year-old cows to ringside, as well as your heifer classes starting directly after that.
Check off. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. American Dairy Association Northeast works on behalf of dairy farmers to promote milk with breakfast and lunch in schools throughout our 6-state territory. The National School Lunch Program still requires that milk be offered with every meal, and that's good news for dairy farmers. We also show schools how to add other dairy items to school menus with innovative recipes like yogurt smoothies and hot chocolate milk. And we help schools keep milk cold. Learn more about our work in schools at americandairy.com.
In the milking shorthorn and Jersey rings, the grand champion classes will immediately follow the senior champion class. So please have your intermediate and champion and honorable mention intermediate champions to ringside at the beginning of the senior champion class.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the 5-year-old class for the Junior Jersey Show. In third place was entry 1825, Reichdale Tequila Show Off ET. In second place was entry 1948, Stony Point VIP Faith. And your winning entry 3036, Big Guns Andreas Victory ET, owned by Lillian Finke. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what a nice group of 5-year-old cows we have from end to end. This pair of cows at the top of this class, very similar in the frame. The cow that wins the class, she does it over on that overall depth of seam when you get behind her. She's a cow that's just got a little more chiseled out front end. She's deeper in her heart, got a little more spring and openness to her midsection than our cow coming out in second. Second over third, she get behind her. She's got so much more volume and height and width to that mammary system than the big pack cow coming out in third. Third place cow, you just love the cow's frame. She walks uphill. She's got a lot of depth, the fore and rear rib. Cow that's square when you get behind her, but when you get behind her, she does not have that volume and that height and width and that massive rear udder look that these first two cows in front of her do today. It is that overall hardness of top, that overall width and height of the mammary system when you get behind her, it carries over our fourth place cow. Fourth over fifth, just more cow from end to end, deeper in her heart, deeper in her flank. Fifth and sixth place cows, I told these young people, you just get out, horse just a touch in frame, great uddered cows from top to bottom. Congratulations.
If you'll now turn your attention to the milking shorthorn ring, Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the cows 6-year and older class. In second place, we have Halpin's Remarkable, exhibited by Owen Halpin. And in first place is Mill Creek Preston Annie, exhibited by Natalie Zug. Judge Hansen, your reasons for this class.
Nice pair of age cows out here, two kind of differently made cows. This first cow goes to the top for me. She's just a little more balanced for me today. She blends a little more smoothly from part to part. She's a touch stronger down that top line, especially in the loin region. Has a tail head that sets more neatly between the pin bones. And then moving to the mammary system, she's got more bloom and capacity, this mammary system, a little more width to those rear quarters, more definition to that rear seam, just being at a more advantageous stage of lactation than the cow in second who's been milking since November. Take nothing away from the second place cow. She's a taller and longer individual. Displays more uphill run when viewed from the side. Actually carrying a little less excess condition today than your cow in first is today. Shade more youthful in that mammary system than your first place cow, having a couple less calves through her. Just not quite the definition of that seam. Just not quite the bloom and capacity of that mammary system to get over the cow in first today, however.
Thank you, Judge Hansen. At this time, we would like to welcome the senior champions into the ring for the Milking Shorthorn Show. We have the first place 4-year-old cow, Hardcore Lottery Fireworks, exhibited by Peyton Toe. The second place 4-year-old is Grey Goose Justice Beyonce, exhibited by Julia Vunk. And for the 6-year-old and older class, we have first place Mill Creek Preston Annie, exhibited by Natalie Zug, and Halpin's Remarkable, exhibited by Owen Halpin. As a reminder to the Milking Shorthorn exhibitors, the intermediate champion will be to ringside for grand champion immediately following the senior champion class.
Not a big group of older cows here in the milking Shorthorn ring, but a really high quality group nonetheless. All 4 of these individuals have things you really, really admire about them. We have your first and second place 4-year-olds, and then your first and second place age cows out here to select your senior champion from. All 4 of these individuals could stand to see a little more competition. Both got things you really admire about, or all got things you really admire about them, both in the mammary system, feet and legs, and the frame as well. I'm going to go out and congratulate my senior champion, reserve, and honorable mention that order, and they'll talk about them each individually. We'll go with this pair of 4-year-olds for your senior champion in reserve today. This first place 4-year-old, she's so correct, she's so balanced, so well attached in that mammary system, stands in such a beautifully well put together and refined set of feet and legs on this individual. Just needs to put a little more time in being as fresh as she is, but a cow you really love that mammary system on. There's not hardly a flaw in this individual, she just needs a little time. For reserve, it got a little close for me. I'm going to go with this second place 4-year-old. You love the bloom and capacity of that mammary system, the style and angularity throughout. She's clean cut. She's refined as well. Not quite the depth of rib as your champion or senior champion cow here, but a lot of things you like about her. And then take nothing away from this age cow. Cow was put in the test of time. Definitely deserving the honorable mention title. You love the width, capacity, bloom to that mammary system, the balance and strength throughout. Not quite as clean cut throughout as these other 2 today, maybe not quite as tall and as stylish through that frame, but a lot of things you like about her nonetheless. So congratulations to all these milking Shorthorn exhibitors here.
Congratulations to our winning 4-year-old entry, Hardcore Lottery Firework, exhibited by Peyton Toe, on being your senior champion today. Reserve senior champion goes to Grey Goose Justice Beyonce, exhibited by Julia Bunk, the second place 4-year-old. And our honorable mention senior champion is Mill Creek Preston Annie, exhibited by Natalie Zug. Please prepare your intermediate champions to come into the ring for our senior champion class of the Milking Shorthorn Show. Grand champion class.
For those of you marking your catalogs in the Premier National Junior Jersey Show, for the 5-year-old class, entry 1463 was 4th, entry 2157 was 5th, 1948 was 2nd, 3075 was 6th, 1825 was 3rd, entry 3036 was your winning entry, Big Guns Andreas Victory ET, shown by Lillian Fanke, and entry 1640 was a scratch. Your 6-year-olds are in the ring.
The senior champion class of the Milking Shorthorn Show was sponsored by the Pennsylvania Dairymen's Association, and the Reserve Senior Champion Award was sponsored by All In Genetics.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the Jersey 6-year-old class. In third place was entry 3600, Ravenside Premier Jada. Your second place entry was 2158, Willow Creek Joel Cherry. And your winning entry, entry 1175, labels out Glamour Girl, owned by Brooke Calkins. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what a nice group of 6-year-old and older cows. You really admire the udders that these cows are carrying underneath them today, the amount of the volumes of milk that they've gave in their lifetime. This is a tight placing for me at the top of this class. Wouldn't disagree with anybody if they wanted to swap them. But for me today, the cow that wins the class, she's just a little more level from hook to pin in her rump structure, and when you get behind her, she's a little more square at the top of the rear udder than our second place cow. Second place cow, you really love that venation, that overall height and width of her mammary system, and it is that overall maturity that carries her over a really nice cow coming out in third. Third place cow, she's hard in her top, she's straight in her lines, beautiful mammary system, just doesn't have that overall frame to get higher in this class today. But it is that overall hardness of top and height and width and quality of her forudder that carries her over our cow coming out here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, when you get behind him, she just got so much more height and width. She's a little deeper in her crease than our fifth place cow. Fifth over sixth, the cow that's just got a little more quality. Take nothing away from our cow coming out in sixth. I told this young lady she's just starting to lose her quality, fore and rear udder. Just a tremendous group of age 6-year-old and older cows. Congratulations.
For those of you marking your catalogs in the 6-year-olds, entry 1175 was your winning entry, labels out Glamour Girl, owned by Brooke Calkins. Entry 3600 was third, entry 2158 was second, 3800 was sixth, 1109 was fifth, 2625 was a scratch, and 3074 was fourth. Your production cow is now in the ring. We will be selecting senior champion after this. Judge Doley has completed his placings in the 100,000-pound production cow class. Your winning entry is 1163, Hill Acres Vitality Jasmine, owned by Caroline Aerosmith. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, just a single entry in our production cow, but what a very deserving of blue ribbon cow that's 8 years old, had 5 calves. When you get behind her, she's got that height and width to that mammary system. You really, truly appreciate the movement that she has for a cow her age. Nice individual. Congratulations.
Really tremendous group of cows out here in the milking Shorthorn ring to wrap up the milking cow portion with your overall grand champion of the show here. We have your intermediate champions out here, your first and second place 4-year-olds, 2 nice cows. You really, your junior 3-year-old and this junior 2-year-old, two cows you really admire the balance on, the style and angularity, and the well-attached mammary systems on. And then your senior champions, this first and second place 4-year-old, two, again, really stylish cows, really well put together individuals with some pretty impressive udders on them as well. I'll go out and select my grand champion, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then talk about them each individually. We're going to go with this first place 4-year-old for your grand championess milking Shorthorn today. She's just the most complete cow, the most correct cow in this ring. She has the least amount of faults. There's not a whole lot I'd change in this individual. She's tall, she's long, she's square. She's got a long forudder, a wide rear udder, well-attached, youthful rear udder, and then beautiful feet and legs under. Going over your reserve champion, this 3-year-old, this 4-year-old, she just blends a little more smoothly through that front end, a little stronger through that chine, tracks more straightforward on those legs, toes out less on the front legs. Than this beautiful junior 3-year-old who's reserve champion here today. This 3-year-old, take nothing away from her. She's clean cut, she's refined, big Springer rib on this cow, big extreme rear udder traits on this individual. Just a little more extreme in that rib to carry her over this second place 4-year-old, your reserve senior champion, who's going to be honorable mention grand today. A cow you really admire the style and angularity on her as well. She'll also be your champion bred and owned of this show today. So congratulations one last time to all these milking Shorthorn exhibitors. A tremendous cow show here today.
Congratulations to your winning 4-year-old entry from Peyton Toe, Hardcore Lottery Firework, the grand champion of the Milking Shorthorn show. The reserve grand champion was the winning junior 3-year-old entry, SFHC Lad Payment, exhibited by Allie Brock and Olivia Champlouvier. And your honorable mention and senior best bred and owned animal was entry number 2383, the second place 4-year-old Grey Goose Justice Beyonce, exhibited by Julia Vunk. Following pictures of our grand champion animals, we will be bringing our spring heifer calves into the ring for the Premier National Junior Show Milking Shorthorns.
Turning your attention to the Premier National Junior Jersey Show ring, we are now having the selection of senior champion. For your 4-year-olds, DGM Oliver Phoebe ET, shown by Cameron Moyer, was your winning entry, and second place was Wayhar Fizz Tipsy ET, shown by Olivia Lesher. For your 5-year-olds, in first place, Big Guns Andreas Victory ET, shown by Lillian Finke, and second, Stony Point VIP Faith, owned by Madison Sodden. For your 6-year-olds, Labels Out Glamour Girl, owned by Brooke Calkins, was your winning entry, and Willow Creek Joel Cherry, shown by Brooke Vance, was second. And your production class winner, Hill Acres Vitality Jasmine, owned by Caroline Aerosmith. Your senior champion award and your reserve senior champion awards were both sponsored by Country Folks.
In the Milking Shorthorn ring, the Grand Champion Award was sponsored by the Pennsylvania Dairymen's Association. The Reserve Grand Champion and the Best Bred and Owned Awards were both sponsored by Hubner's Animal Health. Thank you to our sponsors.
While we finish moving into place, if you would, let's give these young people a round of applause. We've had a tremendous mature cow show today. I pulled out two cows that I think are in contention for your senior champion, a pair of 5-year-olds that were extremely close in class, cows that you really admire, that height and width, the memory system, cows that are dairy from end to end. Then I pulled out our first price age cow that stood the test of time. You'd really, when you're standing from this side over, you really admire that height and width that she has in that memory system. If you would, I'm going to go out and congratulate your senior champion reserve and your honorable mention in that order. And once again, let's congratulate these young people. I think this pair of 5-year-olds are just kind of hard to split up for me today. This cow that wins is going to be your senior champion. She just marched harder through her loin than our second place cow. Take nothing away, our second place cow. She's got that height and width, follows that same frame pattern up through her front end as our winning cow. Congratulations to you all.
Congratulations to our senior champion jersey, Big Guns Andreas Victory ET, shown by Lillian Fink. And your reserve senior champion was Stony Point VIP Faith, showed by Madison Sodden. And your honorable mention was Labels Out Glamour Girl, shown by Brooke Calkins. Congratulations.
Entering the ring for the Milking Shorthorn show, we have our spring heifer calves. The first place class awards for the Milking Shorthorn show were sponsored by Debbie Kornman Studio, and our youth exhibitor t-shirt sponsor is ST Genetics. The back tags today are sponsored by Transova Genetics. The judge for our Milking Shorthorn show is David Hansen. David grew up on his family's registered Ayrshire farm in Goodridge, Minnesota, under the Goodview prefix, where he is still actively involved with his parents, Mike and Linda, and his two brothers, Matthew and Stephen. They milk 140 registered Holsteins and Ayrshires and farm about 2,700 acres of cropland. David graduated from the University of Minnesota in 2013 with a degree in animal science and a minor in applied economics. While there, he was also a member of the dairy judging team. David currently lives in Nicollet, Minnesota with his wife, Dr. Ashley Swenson. He works full-time on her family's farm, Forest Lawn Holsteins, where they milk 270 registered Holsteins, Brown Swiss, and Ayrshires. David has had the opportunity to judge many different shows at the local, state, national, and international level. David continues to exhibit cattle at the state and national shows while breeding and exhibiting several All-American nominees. Thank you, David Hansen, for joining us today as the judge.
Currently in your jersey ring is your selection of your grand champion animal.
Well, what a great cow show we've had, and these cows that we brought back for your champion of your milking classes, I think they're cows that just you really appreciate their overall frame. I think we follow that pattern from our intermediates right through our senior champions. I'm going to congratulate your champion and your reserve and your honorable mention in that order. If you would, let's give these kids one more round of applause, please. I think for me, this 5-year-old, she's a cow that you just really admire overall. Daring is from Indian, and we follow her with that 2-year-old. I think she's got the future that follows that same pattern. Tremendous cow show. Thank you.
Congratulations to our grand champion Jersey, Big Guns Andreas Victory ET, shown by Lillian Fink. Your reserve grand champion jersey was Windy Knollview Checkers, owned by Brinkley Burdett, and she was also your best bred and owned. And your honorable mention was Stony Point VIP Faith, owned by Madison Sodden. Congratulations.
Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the spring heifer class. In third place, we have Mill Creek Styride Misty, exhibited by Tucker Vaughn. In second place, All In Oak Lollipop Twin, exhibited by Grace Straight. And winning the class is entry number 3239, Maryland Misty Meadow Cherry Pie, exhibited by Ella Malat. Judge Hansen, over to you.
Really beautiful group of milking shorthorn spring calves to kick off the heifer show here. This first heifer goes to the top for me. She's just the most complete animal in this group today. She's the tallest, she's the longest, she's the deepest, she's the widest. She's got the advantage over the heifer in second, standing more uphill when viewed from the side. She has more altitude at the point of withers, maybe a touch longer from end to end as well. Take nothing away from the second place heifer. She does stand on a shorter, stronger set of pastures than your first place heifer. However, it's her blending of parts that carries second over third in this class. She blends more smoothly from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, being tighter at that point of elbow, much fuller in the crops and stronger through that chine than this third place heifer. Third over fourth, it's her advantage in breed character over the heifer in fourth. She's also got an advantage in feet and legs, having more flex to that hock when out on the move, tracking more straightforward on those rear legs when viewed from behind. Fourth over fifth, it's her advantage in size, stretch, and scale. She's taller in that front end. She's wider through that front end, much wider through the rump structure. Has an advantage in depth of both the fore and rear rib, as well as being more boldly sprung about that rib cage in this heifer in fifth. I admit this fifth place heifer is a more stylish individual and is that style and angularity that carries it over the heifer in sixth. She's cleaner cut through that neck, throat, and brisket, more open through that rib, less patchy over the hips and pins and flatter boned about the hock, while also being deeper and more boldly sprung about that rib cage. I admit this sixth place heifer is a more balanced individual, having more strength and width through the front end, having much more width through those pin bones than your heifer in fifth. Just not quite the style and angularity about her to get her any higher in this class today.
If you're following along in your catalog for the Milking Shorthorn show, in the spring heifer class, entry number 536 was 11th, entry 323 was 9th, entry 1618 was 7th, entry 3619 was 8th, entry 2225 was 5th, entry 547 was 2nd, entry 3101 was 6th, entry 48 was 4th. Entry 3239 was your winning entry, Misty Meadow Cherry Pie, exhibited by Ella Malat. Entry 3203 was 3rd, and entry 1473 was 10th.
Reese Burdett.
And I'm her mom, Claire Burdett. See how positive thinking, love, and dedication to our cows in Windy Knoll View helped Reese overcome her challenges. Watch our episode of This American Dairy Farmer.
Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the Milking Shorthorn Winter Heifer class. In third place, we have Rocky Ridge Cyride Rylan, exhibited by Abigail Gingrich. In second place, Maryland Misty Meadow Cyride Nada, exhibited by Vivian Malott. And your winning entry is Miss Alexa Cyride Ariel, exhibited by Alora Sprout. Judge Hansen, your reasons for this class.
What a beautiful class of Milking Shorthorn winter calves here, top to bottom. This first place heifer goes up pretty easily for me, though. She's the most complete, the most square, and the most powerful individual in this class. She's got the advantage over the heifer in second, displaying a little more uphill run when viewed from the side, has more stretch from pole to pin. She's has a little more depth in both that fore and rear rib. In addition, she blends a little more smoothly through that front end than this heifer in second. Second over third's her advantage of size and power as well. She's got more width through that front end, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls. She's got more spring to the top of that rib cage. In addition, she blends more smoothly through that front end, being especially fuller in the chine than this third place heifer. I admit this third place heifer is a little cleaner cut throughout. It is that style and angularity that carries over heifer in fourth. She's more open through that rib, a little longer, and leaner through that neck and throat, less patchy over the hips and pins. She's also a touch stronger through that loin, more nearly level through that rump structure. Fifth over sixth, it's her advantage in the feet and legs. She has those thurls placed more equal distance between the hips and pins, resulting in her carrying her rear feet and legs more squarely beneath that rump structure. Her tail's head sits more neatly between the pin bones as well. Fifth over sixth, it's her advantage in feet and legs as well. She tracks more straight forward on those rear legs than the white heifer coming out behind her. Has less set to that hock when viewed from the side as well. This white heifer in sixth just has the advantage in size, power, and capacity to carry her out over the rest of this class behind her.
If you're following along in your catalog, the winter heifer class of the Milking Shorthorn, entry 3057 was 7th, 419 was 11th, 2531 was 9th, 324 was 14th, 1404 was 3rd, 3234 was 2nd, 3092 was 8th, 228 was your winning entry, Miss Alexa Cyride Ariel, exhibited by Alora Sprout. 548 was 4th, 2803 was 5th, 3497 was 6th, 2349 was 10th, 3219 was 13th, and 1506 was 12th. Lunch sponsors for today's show are Cargill Animal Nutrition, Deer Country Farm and Lawn, Inc., and J-Lore, and the Pennsylvania Dairymen's Association. The webcast of today's event is sponsored by the American Dairy Association Northeast. Now in the ring, we have the fall heifer calf class.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the spring heifer calf class. In third was entry 1977 W.F. Cashels Frank Astor. In second was entry 2466 Trinity Valley Virus Jane. And your winning entry, number 192, shown by Claire Hovati, MM Nuance Sangria ET. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what a nice way to start our heifer show, but this pair of heifers at the top of this class kind of sort themselves to the top for me. They're heifers that are long and they're tall and they're deep in that midsection. This heifer that wins the class, she's just so hard in her top. And when you get behind her, she's got that with the hooks, with the thorough, with the pins, and then she carries that right on down to the ground in a beautiful set of feet and legs. It is that overall distance between her hocks that gets her over our second place heifer. From the side, our second place heifer sure catches your eye, deep in her heart, deep in that flank. Beautiful fill on that calf today, and it is that overall depth of her flank that carries over our calf coming out in third. Third over fourth, just a little more heifer from end to end. She's a heifer that's just a little longer in her skeletal makeup. She's a heifer when you get behind her, she just tracks out a little more square on her feet and legs than our fifth place calf. Fifth over sixth, heifer that's just a little deeper in her heart. She's got a heifer that's just a little more level from hook to pin than our sixth place calf. Sixth over seventh, just clear from end to end. Nice heifers all the way down the line. Congratulations.
For those of you marking your catalogs in the Junior Jersey Show, for your spring heifer calf class, 3260 was 23rd. 3605 was 22nd. 4174 was 7th. 3387 was 21st. 2694 was 19. 1287 was 17. 965 was 18. 3482 was 13. 2295 was 9th. 1417 was 15th. 1977 was 3rd. Entry 192 was your winning entry, shown by Claire Hovati, MM Nuance Sangria ET. 2504 was 16th. 1390 was 12th. 3172 was 10th. 2644 was 14th. 943 was 8th. 1450 was 20th. 3606 was 6th. 3343 was 4th. 3085 was 5th. 2957 was a scratch. 2456 was 11th. And 2466 was 2nd. Your winner calves are now in the ring.
Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the Milking Shorthorn Fall Heifer class. In third place is Manor Meadows Cyride Layla, exhibited by Hope Fisher. In second place, we have Hillholm Cyride Saffron, exhibited by Ashlyn Lenker. And winning the class is entry number 1723, Cold Springs Penalty Onyx, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Judge Hansen, your comments on this class.
Beautiful pair of heifers that sort their way to the top of this fall calf class. This first heifer goes up for me today. She's just a cleaner cut individual. She's longer and leaner through that neck, throat, and brisket than your heifer in second. A little less patchy through the hips and pins, a little more incurving in the thigh, and then flatter boned about the hock. She also blends more smoothly from part to part, being tighter at the point of shoulder, tighter at the point of elbow, much fuller in the crops than your heifer in second. She's also stronger through that chine, displays more uphill run when viewed from the side, and tracks out on a better set of feet and legs, tracking more straightforward when viewed from behind. Taking another from the second place heifer, she's got the advantage over your first place heifer, being deeper in both that fore and rear rib and a taller individual. And it is that capacity and size that carry over the heifer in third. She's taller in that front end. She's deeper in both the fore and rear rib, more boldly sprung about that rib cage as well. I get this third place heifer blends more smoothly from part to part. However, it's her size and strength that carry over the heifer in fourth. She's got more width through that front end, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls. Fourth over fifth, it's her advantage in angularity through the front end. She's cleaner cut through that neck, throat, and brisket, sharper over the shoulder, and less patchy over the hips and pins. I admit this fifth place heifer is a taller and more powerful individual, and it is that size that carries over the heifer in six. She's taller in that front end. She's longer from end to end. She's deeper in both that fore and rear rib. Even though this heifer in six is a little more refined throughout, it is her balance that helps carry her out over the heifers coming out behind her here in this class.
If you're following along in your catalog for the Milking Shorthorn classes, the Fall Heifer class, exhibit number 891 was 7th, exhibit number 3495 was 4th, 2121 was 9th, 1723 was your winning entry, Cold Springs Penalty Onyx, exhibited by Landry Fraley, 2227 was 2nd, 3059 was 5th, 862 was 3rd, 2461 was 8th, 1408 was 6th, 1483 was 11th, and 3158 was 10th. Assisting in the ring with awards today is the National Milking Shorthorn Queen, Savannah Simrod. Savannah and her family live on Sweet Dreams Farm in Crescent, Oklahoma, and she's 17 years old, attending Crescent Public Schools in the 11th grade. In her spare time, Savannah enjoys playing softball, participating in FFA events, showing cattle, and horseback riding with friends. Now in the ring for the Milking Shorthorn show, we have the Summer Yearling Heifers. Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the summer yearling heifer class for the Milking Shorthorn Show. In third place is Tobin Farm Dry Aura, exhibited by Lauren Irwin. Second place, Benterlin Lila, exhibited by Charlie Hackman. And winning the class is Kunku Moscato, exhibited by Jordan Kuhn. Judge Hansen, your placings for this class.
Another class here in the Milking Shorthorn ring where I got a pair of heifers that sort themselves to the top pretty handily for me. This first heifer, she goes over this beautiful heifer in second. This first heifer is just a little more complete. She's a little higher in that chine, blends a little more smoothly through that front end, neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel, being especially fuller in them crops. She displays more uphill run when viewed from the side. In addition, she's got a little more depth to that fore rib, a little more spring to that rib cage in this heifer in second. Second over third, it's her advantage in style and angularity. She's sharper and cleaner through that neck, throat, and brisket, sharper over that shoulder, more prominent down that vertebrae, a little less patchy over the hips and pins, more incurving in the thigh and a touch flatter boned about the hock. In addition, she's deeper in both that fore and rear rib, more open through that rib cage than the heifer coming out in third. This third place heifer goes over the August heifer in fourth with an advantage in strength and power. She's wider through that front end, wider through that back end, a touch deeper in the fore and rear rib, and much more boldly sprung about that rib cage than this heifer in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's her advantage in style and angularity. She's cleaner cut through that front end, more open through that rib, much more incurving in the thigh, and much flatter boned about the hock than this heifer in fifth. I give the advantage to this fifth place heifer being taller and longer than your heifer in fourth, and it is that size, stretch, and scale that carry her over the heifer in sixth. She's taller in that front end, longer from end to end, has more width through that front end, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls. This sixth place heifer is a little cleaner cut through the hock, a touch more open through the rib than your heifer in fifth. Just not quite the size, not quite the stretch to get any higher in this class today.
Turning your attention to your Jersey ring, Judge Doley has finished his winter heifer class placings. In third place was entry 1180, Hill Acres Victorious Poppy. In second place was entry 644, Brewline Chalk Tea Daisy, shown by Reed Tanis. And in first place was entry 2009, Brewline Chalk Tea Devious ET, shown by Madeline Decker. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what another outstanding class of heifers. This heifer that wins the class does it rather powerfully for me. She's a calf that's just so structurally correct. When she makes her turn here, she's so long, clean in her neck, high in her chine, deep fore and rear rib, and when you get behind her, she's got so much width through her thorough. Just a tremendous winner for this class. It is that overall cleanliness through her chine, the drop of fore and rear rib that carries her over a calf that I moved up into the second place. Second over third, she's a calf just got a little more drop to her midsection, a little more turn to her midsection than a Rice stylish calf coming out in third. Our third place calf, when you get to analyze her, you just like to see a little more drop to her midsection, a little more openness to her rib. But when you get behind her, she's so wide through her hooks, to her thorough, to her pins, and to the ground. And heifer's just walking on a tremendous set of feet and legs. It is that overall width of her rump that carries her over our calf here in fourth. Fourth over fifth, she's a heifer cleaner, heifer that's got a little more distance between her hocks as she moves away on a tremendous set of feet and legs. Our fifth place calf, she's a heifer that's really stylish when she's out on the rail. She's a calf that's got a lot of turn and openness to her midsection, and it is that overall foot and leg that carries her over our sixth place calf. Sixth place heifer, style and balance, straight in her lines, but for me today to get her higher in this class, I'd like to see her track out just a little straighter on those hind legs. Congratulations to you all.
If you're following along in your catalog for the Milking Shorthorn Show, placings for the summer yearling heifer class, exhibit number 176 was fourth, 1622 was sixth, entry 2805, Kunku Moscato, exhibited by Jordan Kuhn, was the winning entry. Entry 2350 was second, 2394 was third, and entry 762 was fifth. Now in the ring, we have our spring yearling heifer class.
In your Jersey winter heifer calf class, entry 1650 was 11th, entry 2253 was a scratch, 214 was 17th, 2576 was 10th, 1451 was 5th, 3429 was 7th, 644 was 2nd, 2009 Brewline Chalk Tea Devious ET was first, shown by Madeline Decker, 2128 was 14th, 2248 was 15th, 232 was 8th, 160 was 16th, $3,400 was 13th, $30.60 was 12th, $25.99 was a scratch, $25.95 was 6th, $31.11 was 4th, $11.80 was 3rd, and $28.96 was 9th. Your fall calves are in the ring. We would like to take a moment to recognize our Jersey judge for the Premier National Junior Show. Dean Doley is from Missouri, where he owns and operates Starstruck Farm alongside of his wife and son Grant, and they are home to 50 elite jerseys. Dean has had the opportunity to judge state, regional, and national shows in over 30 states in Mexico. He has twice been the Brown Swiss Associate Judge at World Dairy Expo, as well as the official Milking Shorthorn Judge at World Dairy Expo. He has had the honor of judging 6 breeds at the North American Livestock Exposition, as well as the National Jersey Jug, along with the New York Spring Dairy Carousel Jersey Show, Ohio Spring Holstein Show, Western National Jersey Show, and the Southwest National Brown Swiss Show. Dean has been awarded the A.C. Whitty Thompson Award honoring sportsmanship and leadership at World Dairy Expo, and more recently he was recognized as the 2019 recipient of the coveted Kusendorf-McKenzie Award at World Dairy Expo. We appreciate Dean taking his time to come join us here today, and we thank him for judging our Premier National Junior Jersey Show.
Judge Hansen has completed his placings in the spring yearling class of the Milking Shorthorn Show. In third place is Rocky Ridge Foster Ziva, exhibited by Abigail Gingrich. In second place, Halpin's Gravity Evelyn, exhibited by Owen Halpin. And the winning entry is entry 3209, Maryland Misty Meadow, Thyroid Alakazam, exhibited by Addison Malott. Judge Hansen, to you for your comments.
Close pair of heifers that come to the top of this class as well. This first heifer, she's just more complete, has more straightness of lines, a little better in the feet and legs today, and a little more correct in her blending of parts than your heifer in second. This heifer in first, she blends more smoothly from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel. She's a touch fuller in the crops, stronger in that chine than your heifer in second. She's a little longer from end to end as well. Moving back to the feet and legs, she tracks more straightforward on those rear legs when viewed from behind, standing with more width between the hocks when you view her in line. I'll admit this second heifer has an advantage in depth to both the fore and rear ribs. She's got a little more spring to that rib cage than your heifer in first. And it is that capacity of rib that helps carry her over the heifer in third. She's deeper in the fore and rear rib today. She's also taller in that front end, has more altitude at the point of withers, displays more uphill run when viewed from the side. Also carrying a little less excess condition today than the heifer in third. Third over fourth, it's an advantage in strength and power. She's wider through that front end, wider through that back end. In addition, she's deeper in both that fore and rear rib and more boldly sprung about that rib cage than the white heifer in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's her style and angularity. She's cleaner cut through that neck, throat, and brisket, sharper over that shoulder, more open through the rib, more incurving in the thigh than the heifer in fifth. Fifth over sixth, it's her width through that back end. She has more width through the pins, more width through the thurls, tracks more straightforward on those rear legs. She's also a little deeper in that rear rib than the straight-line heifer coming out in sixth.
If you're following along in your catalog for the Milking Shorthorn class spring yearlings, entry 3209, Maryland Misty Meadow Thyroid Alakazam, exhibited by Addison Malott, was first place. Entry 334 was fourth, 3599 was fifth, 325 was sixth, 280 was second, and 1410 was third. Now in the ring, we have the Milking Shorthorn Premier National Junior Show Winter Yearling Heifer Class. Judge Hansen has completed the placings in the Winter Yearling Heifer class of the Milking Shorthorn Show. JWG Comanche Coca-Cola was third. Quietness Money Hamel, exhibited by Ava Kirk, is second. And Woodsy Dell Iron Chopper by Alora Sprout is first. Judge Hanson, your comments on this class.
This first place effort gets to the top pretty handily for me. She's got all the parts you're looking for. She's tall, she's long, she's angular with a great set of feet and legs. She has the advantage over the heifer in second with that angularity. She's clean cut through that neck, throat, and brisket, sharp over that shoulder, prominent down that vertebrae, clean cut through the hips and pins, in curving the thigh, and a touch flatter boned about the hock. In addition, she's a little deeper in that rear rib, a little more open through that rib cage than the heifer in second. I admit this second place heifer is a little more level from hips to pins, touch stronger in the loin than that first place heifer. And it is that strength on that top line that carries second over third today. She's stronger through that front end, especially in that chine loin junction. She's also got an advantage to be a little deeper in that rear rib, tracks a little more straightforward on those rear legs when viewed from behind. I admit this third place heifer is a little cleaner cut through the front end, a little less patchy through the hips and pins than your second place heifer. Just not quite the style down that top line, not quite the correctness through the feet and legs to climb over these other two in this class.
If you're following along in your catalog for the Milking Shorthorn Show, winner yearling heifer class, entry 3094 was third, entry 82 was second, and entry number 229 was first place entry, Woodsy Dell Iron Chopper, exhibited by Alora Sprout. Now in the ring, we have our fall yearling heifers not in milk. There are just a few entries in this class, so directly after this class, we will have our junior champion. So please have your first and second place junior animals for the Milking Shorthorn Show to ringside. In the Milking Shorthorn Fall Yearling class, second place goes to Swag Mr. Right Fusion, exhibited by Kayleen Russell, and winning the Fall Yearling Heifer class is entry 281, Halpin's Gravity Emerly, exhibited by Owen Halpin. Judge Hanson, your comments.
Just two in this fall yearling class. This first effort goes up top for me. She's just got the advantage in size, stretch, and scale. She's taller in that front end. She's wider in that front end, stands more width between the front feet, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thirls. She's also got more stretch from pole to pins. Moving to the rib, she's deeper in both the fore and rear rib, more boldly sprung to the top of that rib cage than this heifer in second is. Furthermore, this heifer stands on a shorter, stronger set of pastures, has less set to that hock when viewed from the side as well. I admit this second place heifer is a little cleaner cut through that neck and throat, maybe a touch sharper over those hips and pins, a touch more incurving in the thigh than your first place heifer. Just not quite the size, stretch, and scale, not quite the capacity of that body to get over her today.
If you're following along for the Milking Shorthorn Show, the Fall Yearling Heifer Not in Milk class, entry 281 was your winning entry, Halpin's Gravity Emerly, exhibited by Owen Halpin, and entry 1098 was the second place entry. Please bring your first and second place junior animals into the ring for the Milking Shorthorn Junior Champion. Entering the ring for the selection of Junior Champion of the Milking Shorthorn Show, we have the first and second place animals from each class. From the Spring Heifer Calf class, we have entry 3239, Maryland Misty Meadow Cherry Pie, exhibited by Ella Malott. And the second place entry 547, All in Oak Lollipop Twin, exhibited by Grace Strite. From the Winter Heifer Calf class, we have the first place entry 228, Miss Alexa Cyride Ariel, exhibited by Alora Sprout, and the second place exhibit 3234, Maryland Misty Meadow Cyride Nada, exhibited by Vivian Malott. From the Fall Heifer Calf class, we have the first place entry 1723, Cold Springs Penalty Onyx, exhibited by Landry Fraley, and the second place entry Hillholm Cyride Saffron, entry 2227, exhibited by Ashlyn Lenker. From the Summer Yearling class, we have the first place entry 2805, Coon Coo Moscato, exhibited by Jordan Coon, and second place, which was entry 2350, Benterlin Lila, exhibited by Charlie Hackman. From the Spring Yearling Heifer class, we have the first place entry, Maryland Misty Meadow Cyride Alakazam, entry number 3209 from Addison Malott. And second place, entry 280, Halpin's Gravity Evelyn, exhibited by Owen Halpin. From the Winter Yearling Heifer class, we have the first place entry of Woodsy Dell Iran Chopper, entry 229 by Alora Sprout. And the second place entry, entry 82, from Ava Kirk, Quietness Money Hamill P. And rounding out the Junior Champion class is Fall Heifer Yearling Knotted Milk, the first place entry of Halpin's Gravity Emerly, exhibited by Owen Halpin, and entry 1098, Swag Mr. Right Fusion from Kaylin Russell. Please welcome the Junior Champion contestants to the ring.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the Jersey Full Heifer Calf class. In third place was entry 2657, Brewline Andreas Domino. In second place was entry 1032, Silo View Colton Galaxy ET. And your winning entry, entry 2025, shown by Madeline Decker, Underground Lollipops Laney ET. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, outstanding class of fall heifer calves, good heifers from end to end, and this class has not been the easiest to line up. But for me today, this heifer that comes to the top of the October calf, a heifer that when you get out beside him, she's a heifer that's long in her neck, and it is that overall length of her neck that carries your overall really stylish heifer, the black heifer coming out in second, which is also an October calf. This pair of heifers just kind of are for me today. They're the most structurally correct, but I think this heifer that wins just does the overall length of neck. She's a little more correct in her rump as she steps to the ground than our black calf coming out here in second. Second over third, she's a heifer a little more style, a little more balance, a little more straightness of lines, harder through her loin than our third place heifer. Third over fourth, she's a heifer just a little more correct in her loin and harder in her top as she moves away, a little more correct in her foot and leg than our fourth place heifer. Fourth over fifth, she's just cleaner up over that chine, a little bit cleaner right up through her head and neck than our fifth place heifer. Fifth over six, she's just heifer blends a little nicer from shoulder to forerib, shows you a little more spring and drop to her midsection over our heifer coming out in sixth. Congratulations.
Really tremendous milking shorthorn heifer show here for the junior show. There's some tremendous heifers standing there back in line up against the fence that I really admire that would be out in this lineup in most any other show you go to. I pulled out these five, however, to pick my junior champion from. All five of these heifers are tremendous individuals in their own rights. I pulled out your first place spring calf, your first place winter calf, your first and second place summer yearlings, and then your first place winter yearling there to choose from. Lots of things I admire about each of these, as I said, so I'll go out and select my junior champion, my reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and then I'll talk about them each individually. Today, this summer yearling does it for me. This heifer's so tall, so long, so straight in her line. She combines that with tremendous depth, openness to that rib, and tremendous angularity, and a great set of feet and legs to match. This heifer's tough to get around no matter where you're at and no matter who she's going against. This heifer really jumps off the page the moment she walks in the ring and definitely deserves to be out here as your junior champion of this show. For reserve, it got a little closer, but I really like this winter yearling. She follows the pattern of that summer yearling. She's tall, she's long, she's straight, good feet and legs. Maybe not quite as extreme in that rib, not as quite as extreme in the angularity through the back end, but a tremendous heifer in her own right. Should put a heck of an udder on her, and she'd make one great cow one day. And then honorable mention will follow up this winter calf, a really extreme heifer. She's really tall, beautiful rib on this heifer, great feet and legs. Not quite as pleasing to that tailhead, maybe not quite as extreme in the rear rib as some of them ones above her, but a tremendous heifer nonetheless. So congratulations one more time to all these milking shorthorn exhibitors. It was a tremendous show today.
Thank you, Judge Hansen, for working your way through the milking shorthorns today. The junior champion was entry number 2805, the winning summer yearling, which was Coon Coo Moscato, exhibited by Jordan Coon. This is also the junior best bred and owned entry. The reserve junior champion was entry number 229, the winning winter yearling, Woodsy Dell Iran Chopper, exhibited by Alora Sprout. And the honorable mention was the winning winter heifer calf, entry number 228, Miss Alexis Cyride Ariel, exhibited by Alora Sprout. The junior champion award was sponsored by C. Floyd Davis Auctioneer and Appraisal Services, and the reserve junior champion award was sponsored by Mid-Atlantic Milking Shorthorn Society. This concludes the Milking Shorthorn Premier National Junior Dairy Show. Next in the ring will be the Premier National Junior Dairy Guernsey Show.
For those of you marking your catalogs in the Jersey Fall Heifer Calf class, entry 1972 was 22nd, 1840 was 16th, 2646 was 12th, 1034 was 24th, 1032 was 2nd. Entry 2025 was your winning entry, shown by Madeline Decker, Underground Lollipops Laney ET. Entry 1523 was 5th, 1314 was 13th, 3258 was 21st, 1803 was 4th, 2211 was 7th, 1811 was 6th, 887 was 18th, 3551 was 11th, 1513 was 10th, 1859 was 20th, 2657 was 3rd, 2063 was 23rd, 3291 was 8th, 2561 was 17th, 3349 was 9th, 2231 was 19th, 1612 was 15th, and 593 was 14th. Your summer yearlings are now in the ring.
Good afternoon and welcome to the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show. In the ring currently is our milking yearlings. Man, I'm really low. Is it all? Our judge has completed his placing in the Guernsey Milking Yearling class. In second place is Sunny Knoll J Shooting Star, exhibited by Valerie Greenleaf. And winning the class is Warwick Manor Lexus Anise, exhibited by Carly and Colby Stoltzfus. Judge, your comments.
Nice pair of cows to kick off the Guernsey show here. This first cow, she just has the clear-cut advantage today in the mammary system. She's higher, she's wider in that rear attachment. She's got more definition to that rear crease. She's got teats that are placed more centrally on the quarter and hang more perpendicular to the ground. In the frame, she's got more strength and power through that front end. She's stronger down that top line, especially in the loin region. More nearly level from hips to pins, noting that second place cow gets high in them pin bones at times. Then she stands on a shorter, stronger set of pasterns, has less set to that hock when viewed from the side. I'll admit the second place cow is a touch snugger in that fore udder attachment. However, not quite the width to the rear udder attachment, not quite the strength down the top line or the correctness to that feet and legs to get any higher in this class today.
In our Ayrshire Milking Yearling Heifer class, third place entry, number 1259, Palmyra Blackjack L. Glamour, exhibited by Evelyn Malfair. Second place entry, number 1283, Palmyra Remsburg B. Brinkley, exhibited by Evelyn Malfair. And winning entry, plus best bred and owned, entry number 2897, Joe Mill Burdette Carmela E.T., exhibited by Taylor Heater. Judge Carla with your reasons.
Well, welcome to the Ayrshire show, everyone. I'm glad to be here today and starting off with a nice group of cows here in our milking yearling class. But I'm starting today with the cow I think is showing me the most balance today. She's got the most depth, openness to the rib, and dairiness. I think she wears the best udder in the class for me today. I love the bloom to udder that she has, the width of the rear udder. Just has more quality throughout that udder for me today than our big, powerful cow here in second. Cow in second over the cow in third, just more level on that udder floor, a cow that's tracking out a bit nicer on the rear feet and legs, and a cow for me that's just a bit more level from hips to pins. Then our dairy cow here coming in third. Cow in third, just like to see a little bit more rib on this cow to get her in her higher in the class today, but really nice group of cows to start the show.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the summer yearling class for the Jersey Show. In third place was entry 3350, Arethusa Colton Vandalia. In second place was entry 1818, Reichdale Victory Shebang. And in first place, your winning entry 2446, shown by Avery Fogel, Schultz Bros. Kid Rock Concert ET. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, nice heifers on down the line once again, but this heifer at the top of the class, she gets there and she stays there for me today. She's a heifer that's long, hard, and straight in her line. She's a heifer that's deep and open in her rib. She's a heifer that's got a lot of ring presence when she comes out. When you get behind her, she's got that width of hooks to her thoroughs, to her pins, and she takes it right straight to the ground as she moves away from you. It is that overall width and the hardness through her loin that carries her over a heifer. I moved up one spot into second place. This black heifer coming out in second. She's a heifer that you'd really admire, that depth of chest and that spring and openness to her rib. She's a little more level from hooks to pins than our heifer coming out here in third. Third over four, she's long, she's dairy, and it is that overall width through her rump that carries over the black calf in fourth. Fourth over fifth, she's a heifer that's just a little more dairy from end to end. She's got a little more length and extension to her head and neck than the heifer coming out in fifth. Fifth over sixth, just a heifer that you just like to change the way she handles them hind legs to get her up higher in this class today. But she is a calf that when you get beside her, she's got a little more spring and openness and drop to her midsection than our calf coming out in sixth. Nice heifers all the way down the line. Congratulations.
In the Premier National Junior Show and the Ayrshire Show, I'd like to take a moment to introduce today's judge, Carla Stetzer. Carla is from Alma Center, Wisconsin. She's serving as a judge for the 2023 Open Milking Shorthorn and Junior Ayrshire shows. She grew up on a 40-cow registered milking Shorthorn dairy, which her brother and his family now own and operate under the Rovin Acres prefix. Carla has been involved with the American Milking Shorthorn Association in various capacities throughout the years, and her boys continue to enjoy showing them. Her and her husband Dan, along with their three sons, Jay, Drew, and Sean, enjoy raising and showing their milking Shorthorns, Jerseys, and Holsteins. Along with cattle, they also farrow and show pigs, which has been a fun new adventure in the past few years. When they are not working with their animals, they are usually coaching or watching their boys play whatever sport is in season. Carla has been honored to have the opportunity to judge cattle locally and internationally. She has also enjoyed serving as her county's dairy judging coach alongside her sister for many years. Carla has been a program specialist with Central Star Co-op for 22 years, starting with Accelerated Genetics. This has given her the opportunity to travel and meet many great people in the industry. She's excited to serve as a judge and attend the All-American Dairy Show for the first time. Join me with giving Carla a big round of applause. In the Ayrshire Summer Junior 2-year-old class, second place entry, number 137, Vale's Pride Be King Voodoo, exhibited by Faith Lynn Moore. And winning entry, number 2237, also best bred and owned, Parker's Champ Bug, exhibited by Parker Hickey.
In the Ayrshire ring here, really close pair for me today, but I think this udder is just undeniable on this first place cow. Just a beautiful mammary system under this cow. I love the height and width of the rear udder on this cow, the bloom to the udder, and the quality of the in the veination throughout the udder. It's that mammary system that takes her over a cow that's just recently fresh here in second. Cow in second would have the advantage in being a bit more open in that rib today, but a cow that you admire the length from end to end and the dairiness and quality throughout. Just like to get that rear udder up just a bit higher to get over a really well-uddered heifer that wins the class today. Two really quality cows. Congratulations.
In the Guernsey ring, if you're following along in your catalog, In the milking yearling class, 2502 was second, 1934 did not show, 1944 was first, and she was Warwick Manor Lexus Anise, shown by Carly and Colby Solspoos, and 1898 did not show. In the ring now is our summer junior twos. Our judge has completed his placings in the Guernsey Summer Junior Two-Year-Old class. In third place is Warwick Manor Cosmo Stephanie, exhibited by Kylan Keenan. And in second place is HP SHGG Ace, exhibited by Grace Anders. And winning the class is Snyder's Aiden Aretha, exhibited by Bella Gable. Judge, your comment.
Nice class of summer junior two-year-olds. This first heifer, or young cow, goes to the top for me. Just she's the most complete in the frame, most correct in the udder attachments. This heifer, or young cow, blends more smoothly than your second place heifer, and from neck to shoulder, shoulder barrel being especially fuller in that crops. Moving to the udder, she's got a longer forward attachment that blends much more smoothly into the body wall. In addition, she's a more refined individual, being cleaner cut through that neck, throat, and brisket, more open through that rib, flatter bone about the hock than this heifer or young cow in second. I admit this second place cow's got a higher, wider rear udder attachment, much more capacity, those rear quarters, than your young cow in first. And it is that capacity, that mammary system that carries her over the cow coming out in third. She's higher and wider in that rear attachment, more bloom and capacity, that mammary system. Shorter, less pencil-shaped teats, more nearly level about that udder floor than the cow in third. I admit this third place cow's a little longer and leaner through that neck and throat, a little stronger through that loin region, a little cleaner cut through the back end than your cow in second. Third over fourth, it's the balance and symmetry of those rear quarters. She's more balanced than between those rear quarters, has more definition of that rear seam, Has a longer forwarder attachment. In addition, she's a touch wider through that rump structure than the cow in fourth. Fourth over fifth, she's taller, she's longer than the cow coming out behind her. She has more altitude in the front end. She's a touch more open through the rib, a little cleaner cut through that hock. I admit this cow in fifth has more capacity, that mammary system today, a little higher, wider rear udder attachment, just not quite the angularity throughout, not quite the depth of body, not to get her any higher in this class today.
Judge Doley has completed his placings in the Jersey Spring Yearling Heifer class. In third place was 3634, Underground Lollipop Luca E.T. In second place was entry 3084, Big Guns Reversco V.E.T. And your winning entry was entry 3358, Sheridan's Andreas Shea E.T., shown by Emery Bewley. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, what a nice class of heifers all the way down the line, but I think when you talk about the wow factor, we talk about it in this calf right here. What a beautiful, stylish heifer coming out. She's black, she's silky, she's hard to her top. She's so wide through her rump, she's square through those pins, and she takes that width of her pins and she carries it all the way to ground on a beautiful set of feet and legs. Just a beautiful heifer to win this class. It is that overall height at the point of her shoulder, just a little more heifer from end to end, that makes her follow this heifer that comes out in second. Quality from end to end, maybe just not the heifer power we have in our winning heifer, but a nice individual in her own right. It is her spring and drop to her midsection, her feet and legs that carries her over our heifer coming out in third. I moved our third place heifer up one spot. When you get behind her, she just got some more width through her thurls, through her pins than our heifer coming out in fifth. Fifth over sixth, she's a heifer just a little more comfortable on her feet and legs today. Heifer that's just a little nicer, a little cleaner right up through that head and neck. Nice heifers from end to end. Congratulations.
In our Ayrshire Junior 2-year-old class, third place entry and second best bred and owned, 1538. Dream Knoll Kingsire Magenta, exhibited by Luke Nolan. Second place entry, number 882. Schultz Reagan Fantasy, exhibited by Carly Suppley. And congratulations to winning entry and best bred and owned, entry number 1407, Vales Pride Prime Rickle, exhibited by Gavin Valentine. Judge Carla with your reasons.
Nice class of cows here today, but I'm starting with the cow I think is the most complete and the most balanced cow in the class. I love the frame on this cow, and it's her frame that excels the cow in second today. She's taller, she's longer from end to end. Especially longer in the rump structure, and tracks out on a really nice set of feet and legs, has a little more flex to that hock than the cow here in second. Close placing because the cow here in second has really a tremendous mammary system under her. I love the height and width and the bloom to the udder on this cow. That's what gets her in this second place. But it's the mammary system and the bloom to the udder that takes her over the cow in third. The cow in third, really well-balanced cow that tracks out on a tremendous set of feet and legs. Just need to see more drop to the rib to get any higher in the class today. 3 over 4 in her advantage in blending from part to part. Just a lot more front end on this cow, a lot more width the chest. Blends more smoothly from neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel than the ultra dairy cow here in fourth. 4th over 5th in that cleanliness and femininity throughout, also being a bit fuller about the top of the rear udder. Then a really nice framed cow here in 5th. Cow in 5th, you admire the frame, the depth, the openness to the both fore and rear rib, just not the height and width of rear udder that I'd like to see to get her above the cows today. Cow in 6th, the cow that you really admire, the mammary system on this cow, just not enough cow for me today, but really nice class of cows. Congratulations.
Do you want the 2 classes that are done? There's those 2. In our Guernsey show, our judge has completed his placings in the junior 2-year-old class. In third place is Misty Meadows Drone Siree, exhibited by Garrett Peters. And in second place is Warwick Manor Cosmo Dutton, exhibited by Colby Stoltzfus. And first place and best bred and known is Twin County Pies Twilight E.T., exhibited by Landry Fraley. Judge, your comments.
Nice group of 2-year-olds out here in the ring. This first cow goes to the top with her clear-cut advantage in style and angularity. She's cleaner cut through that front end, a little sharper over the shoulder, much more open through that rib cage, cleaner cut through that rump structure, and more in-curving in the thigh. Moving to the mammary system, she's more youthful about that mammary system, has a longer forward attachment that blends more smoothly into the body wall. She's also a little bit higher in that rear udder attachment than the cow in second. I admit this second place cow is a wider, more powerful individual than your first place cow. Toes out less on that front feet, carries it back to a wider rump structure. However, it's her balance that carries her over the cow coming out in third. She's cleaner cut through that front end, has more depth and openness to that rib, more stylish through that rump structure. And then in the udder, she's got more bloom and capacity and balance to those rear quarters, and a touch snugger forward attachment than the cow coming out in third. Third over 4th, it's her overall bloom and capacity of that mammary system. She's higher and wider in that rear udder attachment, more definition to that rear crease, more capacity than 4 quarters. She's also more nearly level from hips to pins, noting this heifer coming out in 4th is high in those pin bones.
If you are following along in your catalogs for the Ayrshire I'm going to step back to the milking yearling heifer class and go on through to the junior 2. Entry number 2897 was first, 1283 was second, 1259 was third. In the summer junior 2, entry number 1137 was second, 2237 was first. In the junior 2-year-old class, entry number 882 was second, 1538 was third, 1407 was first, best bred and owned, 1206 was sixth, 494 was fourth, and 1155 was fifth.
If you're following along in your catalogs, turning your attention to the Jersey shows, for the summer yearling, entry 2602 was 7th, 1818 was 2nd, 3708 was 10th, 3401 was 12th, 3169 was 5th, 3350 was 3rd, 2612 was 16th, 2260 was 11th, 605 was 13th, 4210 was 8th, 3498 was 4th, entry 2446 was your winning entry shown by Avery Fogel, Schultz Bros Kid Rock Concert ET. Entry 3426 was 9th, entry 2289 was 6th, entry 2633 was 15th, and entry 3907A was 14th. Turning the page to your spring yearlings, entry 3456 was 12th, 3499 4th, 1428 9th, 2432 13th, 2331 10th, 2001 6th, 1164 was 5th, 3084 was 2nd, 3634 was 3rd, 2992 was 8th, 3358 was your winning entry shown by Emery Bewley, Sheridan's Andrea Shea ET. 2737 was 11th, and 1985 was 7th. Your winter yearlings are in the ring.
In our Ayrshire Senior 2-year-old class, third place entry number 1609, Dream Knoll Reagan Braylon, exhibited by Michaela Smith. Second place entry number 367, Cooley Air Reagan Araya, exhibited by Elizabeth Cooley. And first place entry number 1704, Still Dreamin' Viking Jesmeralda, exhibited by Ava Cascella. Judge Carla, with your reasons.
In this Ayrshire cow class, I'm starting the class today with the most balanced individual in the class. I think a cow that's also wearing the best mammary system in the class today, being higher in the attachments, being stronger in the foreudder attachment, being more symmetrical on her quarters. Just a cow that shows me a lot more balance. She tracks out on a more correct set of feet and legs than the ultra dairy cow here in second. Cow in second, it's that dairiness and it's the crease through the udder that takes her over a big, powerful white cow in third. The cow in third, just like to see more crease to the udder and improve those, especially the rear udder attachment, to get any higher in the class today.
If you're following along in your catalogs for the Ayrshire Senior 2-year-old class, entry number 1704 was first, 1609 was third, and 3367 was second.
Entry third. Judge Doley has completed his placings in the winter yearling heifer class. In third place was entry 3359, Big Guns A Victory Lap. In second place was entry 1454, Locust Air Chocolatier Feliz. And your winning entry was entry 950, Dunn's Pride Victorious Hawaii, shown by Faith Dunn. Judge Doley, your comments.
Nice group of winter yearling heifers, but this, as anybody can do, these heifers that are starting to show and pregnant a little farther along than some, you got to make a preference on how you want to do this. But for me today, this pair of heifers at the top of this class, the heifer that wins the class, for me today, she's just a little harder through her loin. She's a heifer that's just a touch more comfortable on her feet and legs than our second place heifer. Second over third, she's a heifer due in January, or due in October, heifer that just really admire that overall dairiness from end to end, and that's what carries her over our heifer coming out in third. Third place heifer, beautiful, well-balanced, stylish heifer that when she's out on the rail, she's just a beautiful heifer. You get her in line, you'd like to see her have that calf just a little bit heavier in calf to get her up above these heifers in first and second. It has an overall straightness of lines, that overall height at the point of her shoulder that carries her over her heifer in fourth. Fourth over fifth, when you get behind them, she's just a little cleaner through her thighs, a little cleaner through her pins, just an outstanding group of heifers. Our fifth place heifer over our sixth place heifer, just more heifer, more front end, heifer that's a little longer in her skeletal makeup. Nice heifers from end to end. Congratulations.
In our Ayrshire Junior 3-year-old class, winning entry number 1253, Mawfair Acres Cupcake, exhibited by Evelyn Mawfair. Judge Carla with your reasons.
Just a single entry in this class here, but a cow that's well deserving of her blue ribbon, a cow that you admire the depth and openness to the rib on this cow, especially a cow that tracks out on a really nice set of feet and legs with a well-attached mammary system. Congratulations to our exhibitor.
Our judge has completed his placing in the Guernsey Senior 2-year-old class. In third place is Hershey's Catnip Tea Meadow, exhibited by Denton Whittington. In second place is PR Thairview Latimer Carley, exhibited by Jocelyn McMurray. And winning the class is Fermera Myrtle, exhibited by Alexandria French. Judge, your comments.
Nice class of senior 2-year-olds. This first cow goes to the top pretty handily for me. She's got the advantage in the frame, having more strength, power, and width through that front end, carrying it back to a slightly wider rump structure. In addition, she's a little cleaner cut through that front end, more in-curving in the thigh and flatter bone about the hock than the cow in second. In addition, in the mammary system, she's got a longer forward attachment that blends more smoothly into the body wall. She's got a higher, wider rear udder attachment with more balance and symmetry to those rear quarters. I'll admit this cow in second's got more definition to that seam at the bottom of the rear quarters than your cow in first does today. Second over third, it's her advantage in the mammary system as well, though. She's got a longer forward attachment than this cow coming out in third. She's also got a higher, wider rear udder attachment than the cow in third does today. I admit this third place cow is a little bit cleaner cut throughout, especially through that hock, a little more bloom to that mammary system than your cow in second has today. Third over fourth, this is third place cow is a little more level down that top line. Has a tail head that sets more neatly between the pin bones than your cow coming out in fourth. She's also got a higher, wider rear udder attachment with teats that hang more perpendicular to the ground than the cow in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's her advantage in style and angularity. She's cleaner cut through that neck, throat, and brisket, a little more open through that rib, cleaner cut through that back end than this cow coming out in fifth. I admit this fifth place cow is a little more pleasing through that rump structure than your fourth place cow. Tracks a little more straightforward on those rear legs when viewed from behind. Just not quite the style and openness through the front end, not quite the height and width of that rear udder attachment to get any higher in this class today.
If you're following along in your catalog in the Guernsey show, we have a little bit of catching up to do. In the junior 2-year-old class, 2664 was third, 3873 was fourth, 240 was second, 1132 was first, and 2651 was fifth. In the junior 2-year-old class,
Check off. American Dairy Association Northeast, making every drop count. Dairy farmers work hard to prepare feed for their cows. But what's the point if it's scattered and messy and the cows can't reach the feed to eat it? It's the same in the dairy aisle. Processors use quality milk to make a variety of yogurts that appeal to different tastes. But what's the point if the section looks empty, messy, and shoppers can't reach the products they want? Just like robotic feed pushers move fresh feed towards cows in the barn, yogurt dividers move inventory to the front of the dairy case, keeping it in reach for busy customers. The retail team at American Dairy Association Northeast works closely with dairy case managers to make it easier for customers to access dairy and to ensure that dairy cases are clean, cold, and well stocked. Want to find out more about your dairy checkoff investment? Visit americandairy.com.
213 was 6th. Entry 4150 was 9th. Entry 2277 was 8th. Entry 950 was your winning entry, owned by Faith Dunn, Dunn's Pride Victorious, Hawaii. Entry 1454 was 2nd. Entry 3359 was 3rd. Entry 2214 was 7th. Entry 3184 was moved to the milking yearling class. Entry 1857 was 5th, and entry 2625 was a move to this class, and she was 4th. Now in the ring is your fall yearling. Heifers not in milk, please bring all your first and second place jersey winners to ringside. Judge Doley has completed his placings in the fall yearling heifer class. In third place was entry 3867, HC Raider Bonatina Gia. In second place was entry 3544, Lakeview Mr. Swagger Fortune. And your winning entry was entry 2511, Dry House Kid Rock Gabby E.T., owned by Grant Yoder. Judge Doley, your comments.
Well, 5 really nice individuals in this class, and I told these young ladies down here on the far end, don't be disappointed because you got a pair of really nice heifers. But the heifers that are starting the class, heavier in calf, they're closer to calving than our 2 on the other end. But this heifer that wins the class, she's got so much style, so much balance. She's walking out on a beautiful set of feet and legs, and it is that overall depth of fore and rear rib that carries over for a long-bodied heifer coming out in second. Second over third, she's just a little cleaner right up over her top. She's a little cleaner right through her chine than our third place heifer. Third place heifer over 4, she's just a little closer to calving, looks a little more cowy underneath. She's a cow that's got a lot of width through her rump. She's a cow walks out on a beautiful set of feet and legs. It is that overall drop to her rear flank that carries her over fourth place heifer. Fourth over fifth, she's just a heifer when you get behind her. She's just a little more correct on her feet and legs than their fifth place heifer. Nice heifers from end to end. Congratulations. There you go, my dear. What are you gonna do here?
In the Ayrshire ring, we have our candidates for intermediate champion. I'm going to go ahead and honor them. I'm going to name our intermediate, then our reserve, then our honorable mention, and then I will come back and give my comments. for intermediate champion, I think this the solid colored cow kind of excels for me today. It's very close all the way through, but a cow that you just admire the frame, the drop to the rib, the openness, the correctness and soundness of feet and legs, the udder attachments on this cow, and followed up by the beautiful mammary system cow here in second, or in reserve. The cow for reserve, you love the mammary system, just like to lengthen her out, especially from hips to pins to get her above the nice red cow today. Followed very closely by our milking yearling, a cow I love, I think has a lot of promise. I just prefer the levelness of udder floor on our 2-year-old over the milking yearling today, but really high quality group of cows. Congratulations to these exhibitors.
In our Ayrshire Intermediate Champions, our honorable mention intermediate champion was the winning milking yearling heifer, entry number 2897, Joe Mill Burdette Carmela E.T., exhibited by Taylor Heater. Reserve intermediate was our second place junior 2-year-old cow, entry number 882, Schultz Reagan Fantasy, exhibited by Carly Supley. And congratulations to our intermediate champion, which was our winning junior 2-year-old, entry number 1407, Vales Pride Prime Rickle, exhibited by Gavin Valentine. Congratulations.
Our judges completed his placings in the Guernsey junior 3-year-old class, excuse me. In third place is Snyder's Alamo Willa, exhibited by Blair Gable. In second place is Eternal Flame Swan Song, exhibited by Jacob Yenhart. And in first place is Snyder's HP Latimer Crystal, exhibited by Bella Gable. Judge, your comments.
Nice class of junior 3-year-olds here in the Guernsey ring. These top 2 cows are kind of 2 differently made cows, but a close place in between the 2 nonetheless. This cow in first, she has the advantage today in just being a more refined individual throughout. She's cleaner cut through that neck, throat and brisket, sharp roll of the shoulder, more refined through that shoulder, carries it back to a more open rib cage with more spring to that rib, carries it back even further to a more refined rump structure, more incurving in the thigh, and a much flatter bone hock than this cow in second. Moving to the mammary system, she's got a longer, more capacious fore-udder attachment, as well as a higher, wider rear udder attachment, and a more well-defined median suspensory ligament than this cow in second. I admit this second place cow is a taller individual, having more height in the front end. She also has more width through the front end and more width through the back end than your cow in first. And it is that size stretching scale that carries this cow in second over the cow in third. She's taller in that front end, longer from end to end. She has more width between the chest, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls than the cow coming out in second. In addition, she's more youthful about that mammary system, a touch higher in that rear udder attachment, a touch wider in that rear udder attachment than the cow in third. I admit this third place cow has a longer forward attachment than the cow in second. She's also more refined through that front end, more refined through the hock than the cow in second. And it is that balance and that refinement that carried over the cow in fourth. She's cleaner cut through the front end, more open through that rib, and then moving to the mammary, she's got a longer forward attachment that blends much more smoothly into the body wall, as well as having more youthfulness to that mammary system, the cow in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's her advantage in that rear seam. She has a rear seam that's more well-defined, teats that are placed more centrally on the quarter, going out over this group of cows coming out behind her today.
Turning your attention to the Jersey ring, we are working on the selection of junior champion. Your representatives for each class are as follows. Your first place spring calf, Nuance Sangria ET, shown by Claire Hilvati. In second, Trinity Valley Virus, shown by Virus Jane, shown by Haley Drescher. For your winner class, Brewline Chalk Tea Devious ET, shown by Madeline Decker. And in second place, Brewline Chalk Tea Daisy, showed by Reed Tanis. In your fall calves, Underground Lollipops Laney ET, shown by Madeline Decker, was your first place entry, and your second place entry was Silo View Colton Galaxy ET, shown by Hayden Weaver. For your summer yearlings, Schultz Bros Kid Rock Concert ET, shown by Avery Fogel, was first, and your second place calf is Reichdale Victor Shebang ET, owned by Hayden Reichert. For your spring yearlings, your first place heifer is Sheridan's Andreas Shea ET, shown by Emery Bewley, and second is Big Guns Reverse Go V ET, shown by Lillian Fink. For your winner yearlings, Dunn's Pride Victorious Hawaii, shown by Faith Dunn, was your winning entry, followed by Locust Air Chocolatier Feliz, shown by Kelsey Zepp. And rounding out your junior champion heifer selection, your first place fall yearling was Dry House Kid Rock Gabby, shown by Grant Yoder, followed by Lakeview Mr. Swagger Fortune, shown by Hope Advidson. Please welcome our heifers in the contention for junior champion of the Jersey Show.
I don't know whether Tom sees you or not. They're coming in.
Our judge has completed his placing in the Guernsey senior 3-year-old class. In second place is Anovadale's Levi Vera, exhibited by Leah Spurrier. And in winning the class is High Guernview Diva's Desire, exhibited by Carly and Colby Stoltzfus. Judge, your comments.
Two nice 3-year-old cows out here. This first cow goes to the top for me in her advantage in strength, power, and capacity. She has more width through that front end, carries it back to a wider rump structure, combines that with an advantage in depth to both the fore and rear rib. She's also more boldly sprung to the top of that rib cage than your cow in second. Moving the mammary system, she's got a longer forward attachment that blends more smoothly into the body wall. She's also got a touch more bloom to that mammary system today than the cow in second. I admit this second place cow is a touch cleaner cut throughout. Also has a more well-defined median suspensory ligament than the cow in first. Just not quite the strength and power, not quite the capacity through the body to climb up over that cow ahead of her today.
For those of you in the Jersey ring, let's give these youth a round of applause. What a beautiful line of heifers we've had today. I pulled out 3 heifers I think are in contention for your junior champion. I pulled out our first prize December calf. What a beautiful heifer. You really admire that overall length of neck, height of chine, spring and openness to her midsection. You get behind her, she's so wide in that rump structure. She carries that width of pins right to the ground. And then we come to our first and second prize, spring yearlings. Heifers that I spoke in class. We have that wow factor in our winning heifer. She's just got so much overall height at her chine, cleanliness from end to end. She's a heifer that's got so much width to her rump. And then we follow her with our second prize spring yearling heifer that you really admire her overall spring, drop, and openness to her midsection. I'm going to congratulate your junior champion, reserve, honorable mention. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a pleasure to work with your Jersey youth today. Thank you so much. I just think this pair of heifers, they fit together so nicely. This heifer, that your spring yearling, she's got so many things about her you love. She's got such a bright future ahead of her, followed by that same pattern in our December calf. Take nothing away from our honorable mention. Beautiful heifer's got a bright future in front of her. Congratulations to you all.
Congratulations to our Jersey Junior champion, Sheridan's Andrea Shea E.T., shown by Emery Bewley. Your reserve junior champion, his Brewline Chalk T Devious E.T., shown by Madeline Decker. And your honorable mention junior champion is Big Guns Riversco V E.T., shown by Lillian Fink. Congratulations to our Jersey exhibitors.
You too.
Entering the ring now in the Guernsey Junior Show are those animals in contention for intermediate champion, and at this time we'd like to recognize them. In our milking yearling class, there were 2 animals shown. The winner was Warwick Manor Lexus Anise, exhibited by Carly and Colby Stoltzfus. Second place was Sunny Knoll J Shooting Star. There were 7 shown in the summer junior 2-year-old class. The winning entry was Snyder's Aiden Aretha, exhibited by Bella Gable, and second in the class was HP SHGG Ace, exhibited by Grace Andrews. There are 4 junior 2-year-olds, and the winning entry was Twin County Pies Twilight ET, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Second went to Warwick Manor Cosmo Dutton, exhibited by Colby Stoltzfus. In our senior 2-year-olds, there were 5 shown. The winning entry was Fermara Myrtle, exhibited by Alexandria French, and second place was PR Thereview Latimer Carley, exhibited by Jocelyn McMurray. There were 7 shown in the junior 3-year-old class, and the winning entry was Snyder's HP Latimer Crystal, exhibited by Bella Gable, and second place was Eternal Flame Swan Song, exhibited by Jacob Enyart. And in our recently completed senior 3-year-old class, there were 2 entries. The winning entry was High Gurn View Diva's Desire, exhibited by Carly and Colby Stoltzfus. And second place went to Anava Dale's Levi Vera, exhibited by Leah Spurrier.
In our Ayrshire 4-year-old class, 3rd place entry number 425, Long Haven Blackjack Barkley, exhibited by Grace Spadero. 2nd place entry number 225, Schultz Kings J-Lo ET, exhibited by Carly Suppley. And congratulations to winning entry and best bred and owned, entry number 495, Jackson Hill Champ Balboa, exhibited by Ashton Wilcox. Judge Carla with your reasons.
Nice group of 4-year-olds here to start the older cow show here today, but I'm starting the class with the cow. I think she exudes style from nose to tail. She's tall, she's long, and it's the style and femininity that take her over the cow in second. Furthermore, she's got a little more quality in her udder. The cow in second, just really recently fresh here, just an advantageous stage of lactation for our 1st place cow over the 2nd place cow. 2nd place cow, lovely mammary system on this cow, just needs a little time to get rid of a little of the flesh and a little of the swelling in the udder, but a beautiful mammary system under this cow, and it's the fore-udder attachment, and it's the height and width of the rear udder that take her over a cow here in 3rd. The cow in 3rd, a really nice cow as well, a cow that you appreciate the way she tracks on those rear feet and legs, a cow that's long and balanced from end to end, just not quite the mammary system to get over 2 really nice individuals here today.
As we round out our Jersey show, a few thank yous for our junior champion awards. Maryland Jersey Association sponsored the junior champion, and Wayhar Farms and William and Lawler Lesher family sponsored the reserve junior champion award. Our bred and owned gifts are sponsored by Hubner Seed. Our last announcement is our junior best bred and owned animal went to Dry House Kid Rock Gabby, your winning fall yearling shown by Grant Yoder. Congratulations to all of our Jersey exhibitors who exhibited here today.
If you are following along in your Ayrshire catalogs, entry number 425 was 3rd, 2259 was 2nd, and 495 was 1st in best bred and owned. I'd like to take a moment to thank the Ayrshire Breed Show supporters and sponsors. Crawford County Junior Holstein Club in memory of Maddie Johnson. Four Season Farm, Rita and James Kennedy family. Heilinger Swiss, Bruce and Laura Heilinger. Hills Valley Farm, Woodstead Farm, Scott and Judy Hood. Kimball Way Holsteins and Jerseys, Pennsylvania Brown Swiss Association. Radical Genetics, Round Hill Acres, Tom and Joy Crothers, and Vine Valley Farm. The sponsors for first place class awards are sponsored by the Premier National Junior Show. ST Genetics has sponsored the Youth Exhibitor t-shirts. Transova Genetics has sponsored the Youth Exhibitor back tags. Our lunch sponsor is Cargill Animal Nutrition, Deer Country Farm and Lawn Incorporated in Jailer, PA Dairymen's Association. Our webcast sponsor for today's show is the American Dairy Association Northeast. And ultrasound sponsors is American Dairy, All American Dairy Foundation and PA Dairymen's Association.
Really nice group of young cows out here in the Guernsey ring that came back to select our intermediate champion from. There's some really nice individuals standing in line behind me right now. But in front of you, I pulled out this first place Summer Junior 2, your first place Junior 2, and then the first and second place Junior 3-year-olds to select your intermediate champion from. All four of these individuals have some traits you really like about each one of them. But I'll go select my intermediate champion, my reserve, and my honorable mention in that order, then talk about them each individually. We're going to go with this first place Junior 3-year-old as your intermediate champion today. This isn't maybe the most jump off the page flashy cow, but when you break her down, there's not a whole lot wrong with her. She blends so smoothly from part to part. She's refined and clean cut throughout. She's got a beautiful big rib cage. Then you move to a beautifully well-attached mammary system at long forwarder, high wide rear. Beautiful seam, beautiful teat size, shape placement. Just not a lot you change on this young cow. She'll be your intermediate champion today. For reserve, there's the flash you're looking for, this Junior 2-year-old. She's tall, she's long, she's super stylish, open through that rib. Beautiful legs on this cow as well. Maybe not quite as correct in that forward attachment, not quite as extreme in that height and width to that rear udder as your intermediate champion cow, but she is flashy throughout. She'll be a reserve intermediate champion today. Then honorable mention, got a lot closer. I'm going to go with this Summer Junior 2. I think she follows the pattern of these first two. She's clean cut, she's refined, beautiful forward attachment, she's open through that rib, tremendous feet and legs on her. She'll be your honorable mention today. So congratulations to all these Guernsey exhibitors here.
Congratulations to our intermediate champion of the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show. She was the winning Junior 3-year-old, Snyder's HP Latimer Crystal, exhibited by Bella Gable. Our reserve intermediate champion was the winning Junior 2-year-old, Twin County Pies Twilight ET, exhibited by Landry Fraley. And our honorable mention was the winning Summer Junior 2-year-old, Snyder's Aiden Arethra, exhibited by Bella Gable. We would like to thank our sponsor for the intermediate champion, the Pennsylvania Guernsey Breeders Association, and the Mercer Northwest Guernsey Breeders Association for sponsoring the reserve intermediate champion. If you're following along in your catalog in the Guernsey show, in the junior 3-year-old class, the placings are as follows. 2856 was 4th, 3132 was 6th, 3754 was 2nd, 1134 was 1st, 2865 was 5th, 1168 was 3rd, and 2608 was 7th. In the senior 3-year-old class, 2351 was 2nd, and 1981 was 1st. At this time, I'd like to also introduce today's judge. Our judge is David Hansen. He grew up on his family's registered Ayrshire farm in Goodridge, Minnesota, under the Goodview prefix, where he is still actively involved along with his parents, Mike and Linda, and his 2 brothers, Matthew and Stephen. They milk 140 registered Ayrshires and Holsteins and farm around 2,700 acres of cropland. David graduated from the University of Minnesota in 2013 with a degree in animal science and a minor in applied economics. While there, he was also a member of the dairy judging team. David currently lives in Nicollet, Minnesota with his wife, Dr. Ashley Swenson. He works full-time on her family's farm, Forest Lane Holsteins, where they milk 270 registered Holsteins, Brown Swiss, and Ayrshires. David has had the opportunity to judge many different shows at local, state, national, and international levels. He continues to exhibit cattle at state and national shows while breeding and exhibiting several All-American nominees. Please help me in welcoming today's judge, David Hansen.
Oh, no, it's fine. Yes.
In our Ayrshire Age Cow class, 2nd place entry, number 2413, Windfall Farm Snickerdoodle, exhibited by Morgan Holcomb. And winning entry, number 2448, Windfall Farms Miss Rudy, exhibited by Natalie Burrows.
Just 2 aged cows here, but certainly aged they are, as our first place cow is 11 years old and our second place cow is 12 years old. So definitely cows that are still around, so they deserve a round of applause just for still being here because they've outlived the average cow by a long time. This first place cow, she just excels the class in her length from end to end. She's more open throughout than our cow here in second. A cow that also is a bit smoother and holds her forudder attachment a bit stronger here today than our 12-year-old cow in second. The cow in second, you certainly admire. The cow with a mammary system still at the hock for as many calves as she's had. But 2 certainly are well representatives of the Ayrshire breed and the longevity of the breed. So congratulations to our exhibitors. In the Ayrshire ring, we have our 4 individuals out here for senior champion of the show, and I'm going to go ahead and congratulate our senior, then reserve, and then honorable mention, and then I'll come back and give you my comments. For senior champion, our pair of 4-year-olds are just more ready today. They're fuller in the mammary systems. You love the mammary systems on both of these animals. Our 4-year-old, I talked about her in class. She just exudes style from end to end. Love the frame on this cow. And then our just recently fresh 4-year-old here. For reserve, a cow I think has a lot of come to her. Maybe in a month or 2 things might be different, but just a little excess flesh for me today. And then for honorable mention, I'll go with our first place aged cow, the 11-year-old cow here with the beautiful dairy frame as well. Congratulations to all these Ayrshire exhibitors.
In our Ayrshire show, our group of senior champions, for honorable mention, senior champion was our first place aged cow, entry number 2448, Windfall Farms Miss Rudy, exhibited by Natalie Burrows. Reserve senior champion was our second place 4-year-old, entry number 2259, Schultz King's J-Lo E.T., exhibited by Carly Supley. And congratulations to our senior champion, our winning 4-year-old, entry number 495, Jackson Hill Champ Balboa, exhibited by Ashton Wilcox. These awards are sponsored by Weaver Show Cattle and Jennings Gap Dairy. Congratulations.
Jessica.
for Grand Champion lineup of the Ayrshire show. I think 4 really nice individuals out here in the middle of the ring. I'd like all the Ayrshire enthusiasts to give these exhibitors and breeders a nice round of applause. I'm going to go ahead and name your grant, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and I'll come back with my comments. For me today, I went with the 4-year-old. I think this cow is the most complete cow in the show here today. Love the style this cow exudes. I love the head and neck on this cow, the length of neck on this cow, and dairiness. I love the flatness of rump as well. And it's those things that take her over our intermediate champion that I made reserve of the show. I think a cow that just has a little bit more, the grand cow is a little bit more quality to her udder for me today. That gives her the nod over the intermediate champion here. I made reserve. Intermediate champion, I made reserve over the honorable mention here. Same reasons as I gave in class, just that length of frame, balance, depth throughout. But 3 really well-representative Ayrshire cows for the breed today. Taking nothing away from our second place cow here, a cow I think in a different stage of lactation, things might be different. But congratulations to all these exhibitors.
Our judges completed his placing in the Guernsey 4-year-old class. In 3rd place is Littlefield's Latimer Divine, exhibited by Kristen Woodrick. In 2nd place is Snyder's Lone Star Prize, exhibited by Bella Gable. And winning the class is Snyder's Kipling Bray, exhibited by Allie Snyder. Judge, your comments.
Nice group of 4-year-olds out here to kick off the older Guernsey cow classes. This first cow, she goes to the top pretty handily for me, just in the advantage in the mammary system. She's got a longer forudder attachment, a more capacious forudder attachment. She's got more overall bloom and capacity and venation to that mammary system than the cow in second. You go around behind her, she's got a higher, wider rear udder attachment and more capacity, those rear quarters, than the cow coming out in second. In addition, she's got more width through that front end, blends a little more smoothly from neck to shoulder, shoulder barrel being a touch fuller in the crop. She's also a touch wider through that rump structure than this cow in second. I admit this second place cow's a little taller on that front end, displays a little more uphill run when viewed from the side than your cow in first, and it is that size and stretch to carry over the cow in third. She's taller in the front end, like I said, more altitude at the point of withers, a little longer from pole to pins. She's a little deeper in that fore and rear rib. In addition, she's got more capacity, that mammary system, a little higher, wider rear attachment than your cow in second or in third. Third over fourth, it's her advantage in blending of parts and balance throughout. She blends more smoothly through that front end. She's stronger through that loin, has a tail head set more neatly between the pin bones, and then moving to the mammary system. She's more youthful in that mammary system, more quality of that mammary system, a little higher and wider rear udder attachment than your cow in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's also, she's more youthful in that mammary system than this fifth place cow. A little more width to the top of those rear quarters, a little more capacity in the fore quarters, less tilt to that udder floor when viewed from the side than the tall, stretchy cow coming out behind her in fifth.
Our pair of grand champions in the Ayrshire show. For honorable mention grand champion, she was our second place junior 2-year-old cow and reserve intermediate champion, entry number 882, Schultz Reagan Fantasy, exhibited by Carly Suppley. Reserve grand champion was our first place junior 2 and intermediate champion, entry number 1407, Vales Pride Prime Rickle, exhibited by Gavin Valentine. She is also our best bred and owned of the senior show here today in the Ayrshire show. And for grand champion was our winning 4-year-old cow, entry number 495, Jackson Hill Champ Balboa, exhibited by Ashton Wilcox. Congratulations.
If you're following along in your catalog in the Guernsey show, In our recently completed 4-year-old class, 1187 was the winning entry. Snyder's Kipling Bray, exhibited by Allie Snyder. 2156 was fourth. 669 was third. 1138 was second. And 2872 was fifth. In the ring now is our 5-year-olds.
They do.
Don't make me laugh. Our winning 5-year-old is Snyder's Rebel Adelie ETV, exhibited by Bella Gable. Judge your comments.
Just the one 5-year-old out here in the Guernsey ring, a cow you really admire a lot of things about. You admire the blending of parts, the strength down that top line, the width through the front end, the width through the back end. She's got good spring and depth of rib on her. Capacity, that mammary system you like. If I was going to change it all, I guess I like to snug her up a little in that forudder, stretch her out a little in that forudder attachment, maybe make her a touch wider at the top of that rear udder attachment. But other than that, a nice balanced cow that's definitely stood the test of time.
In our Ayrshire show, the Grand Champion Award was sponsored in memory of Maddie Johnson. Reserve Grand Champion, sponsored by New Generation Genetics. And the Best Bred and Owned Award was sponsored by New Generation Genetics.
If you're following along in the catalog and the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show, in the recently completed 5-year-old class, 1142 was the winning entry. She was Snyder's Rebel Adelie ETV, exhibited by Bella Gable. Currently in the ring is our 6-year and over cows. Our judges completed his placings in the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show 6-year and older class. In third place is Spring Hill GG Priceline, exhibited by Amelia Russell. In second place is Spring Hill Gotcha EV, exhibited by Denton Whittington. And winning the class is Sunny Knoll Ernie Victoria, exhibited by Valerie Greenleaf. Judge, your comments.
Close plays between these top two, but they get to the top of this class pretty handily for me. This first cow, she goes up with just her overall advantage in size, scale, and capacity and strength. She's got more width through that front end, more width through the back end. She combines with more depth to the fore and rear rib. She's also a touch taller in that front end, a little more uphill run when viewed from the side. Moving to the mammary system, she's got more overall capacity. That mammary system, a little longer forudder attachment with more capacity, that forudder attachment as well. I'll admit this second place cow was a cleaner cut individual, more refined through that front end, more refined over the hips and pins, a little more open through that rib cage, a little more bloom to that mammary system today than the cow in first. And it is that bloom and capacity, that mammary system, that carries her over the dry cow coming out in third. She blends more, or she's got more capacity, that mammary system, higher, wider rear attachment, more overall chrome and venation to that udder as well. Take nothing away from this dry cow. She has the advantage over the cow in fourth in the feet and legs. She has the advantage of walking around with more ease and mobility on those rear legs, a little more flex to that hock when viewed from the side. She also has the advantage of being deeper in both the fore and rear ribs. She's a little wider through that front end, a little more pleasing through that rump structure. I admit this fourth place cow is a little bit taller in that front end, more uphill run when viewed from the side. Just not quite the correctness on those feet and legs, not walking around as comfortable in the ring as the cows above her today.
First place in the lifetime production class is Warwick Manor Chris Carley, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. Judge, your comments.
Just the one production cow out here, seventh calf, 10-year-old, a cow whose frames definitely stood the test of time. That udder still held right at the hocks or slightly above. A cow you really admire the blending of parts, the strength, the power, the rib on, good feet and legs under her as well. If I was going to change it all, I guess I'd like to just tuck those front teats a little bit on the quarter, a little closer to the midline, then give her a little more height and width to that rear udder attachment. But other than that, a lot of things you admire on this older cow.
If you're following along in your catalog in the recently completed 6-year and older class in the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show, 2621 was the winning entry. She was Sunny Knoll Ernie Victoria, exhibited by Valerie Greenleaf. 2883 was third, 2891 was fourth, and 2833 was second. In our recently completed lifetime production class, 1908 was the winning entry, and she was Warwick Manor Chris Carley, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. Entering the ring now in the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show are those cows in contention for senior champion. I first would like to thank our sponsors for the senior champion banner, Country Folks, and the reserve senior champion is sponsored by Gladheart Farms. We'd like to introduce these cows to you one more time. There were 5 entries in the 4-year-old class. The winning entry was Snyder's Kipling Bray, exhibited by Allie Snyder. Second place was Snyder's Lone Star Prize, exhibited by Bella Gable. There was one 5-year-old, and she was Snyder's Rebel Adelie ETV, exhibited by Bella Gable. There were 4 in the 6-year and older class. The winning entry was Sunny Knoll Ernie Victoria, exhibited by Valerie Greenleaf. Second place was Spring Hill Gotcha Evie, exhibited by Denton Whittington. In our recently completed lifetime production class, the winning entry was Warwick Manor Chris Carley, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. These are your animals in contention for senior champion.
Not a big Guernsey older cow show, but a bunch of nice ones out here nonetheless. I pulled out in front of you this first and second place 4-year-old and then your first place production cow here in the back to select your senior champion from. Things I like about each of these individuals, but I'll go select my senior, reserve, and honorable mention champion here, and then I'll talk about each a little bit more. We'll go with this first place 4-year-old as your senior champion today. This cow, she's got the most blooming capacity to her mammary system. She's got all the parts that you like to see. She's clean cut, she's refined, she's strong down that top. She walks on a nice set of feet and legs as well. She pretty handily gets to the top for me today. For reserve, it got a little bit closer, but I'm going to go with this second place 4-year-old. She's tall, she's long, she's extreme in her frame traits. You love the depth of rib on her. Just like to see a little more bloom to that mammary system, a little more height and width to that rear udder attachment to compete with that first place 4-year-old. Then honorable mention, let's take nothing away from this production cow, 10-year-old cow, 7 calves. She stood the test of time, like I said, in class. She's put together very well in her frame still. That udder's still youthful enough for how many calves she's had. A cow that definitely deserves her due credit. So she'll be your honorable mention today. Congratulations to all these Guernsey exhibitors.
Congratulations to our senior champion, the winning 4-year-old, Snyder's Kipling Bray, exhibited by Allie Snyder. And the reserve senior champion was the second place 4-year-old, Snyder's Lone Star Prize, exhibited by Bella Gable. And our honorable mention was the winning lifetime production cow, Warwick Manor Chris Carley, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. Congratulations. Entering the ring now are those animals in contention for grand champion. We'd like to reintroduce our intermediate champions. Intermediate champion was Snyder's HP Latimer Crystal, exhibited by Bella Gable. The reserve intermediate champion was Twin County Pies Twilight ET, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Our recently named senior champion was Snyder's Kipling Bray, exhibited by Allie Snyder. And our reserve senior champion was Snyder's Lone Star Prize, exhibited by Bella Gable. These are your cows in contention for grand champion. We would like to thank our sponsor of Fullerton Bank for grand champion and Village View Guernseys for sponsoring the reserve grand champion and the best bred known gift today. Thank you for your sponsorship.
We brought these 4 individuals back to choose your overall grand champion of the Guernsey show from. You got that first place junior 3, your first place junior 2 that were intermediate and reserve intermediate, and then you got your first and second place 4-year-olds that were your senior champions. I'm going to go out and select my grand, reserve, and honorable mention in that order, and I'll talk about them some more. We're going to go with this 4-year-old for your grand champion today. This cow, she's so clean cut and refined with a great set of feet and legs, and she's got a tremendous udder underneath her. If you love the bloom and capacity of that mammary system, the width of the rear quarters, so stylish, so clean cut, she'll be your champion today. For reserve, I'm going to go with this intermediate, this junior 3-year-old. The cow, like I said before, not a lot of holes in her. Blends super smoothly from part to part. Beautiful high wide mammary, rear udder attachment, long forward attachment. Maybe not quite as clean cut and refined as that 4-year-old, but a cow that's really special in her own right. Then take nothing away from this junior 2-year-old, she'll be your honorable mention grand champion today. A tall, long, flashy cow, big open rib, beautiful mammary system, follows the pattern of that 4-year-old that was grand today. They'll be your 3 grand, reserve, and honorable mention champions of this Guernsey Social. Let's give all these Guernsey exhibitors a round of applause. Tremendous cow show.
Congratulations to our grand champion, best bred known, and total performance winner of today's show, Snyder's Kipling Bray, exhibited by Allie Snyder. Our reserve grand champion is Snyder's HP Latimer Crystal, exhibited by Bella Gable. An honorable mention is Twin County Pies Twilight ET, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Congratulations to our winners.
Fill a Glass with Hope began when American Dairy Association Northeast, the Pennsylvania Dairymen's Association, and Feeding Pennsylvania came together to help food banks purchase milk direct from local dairies to distribute to families in need. This program launched in 2015 and in just a couple of years grew to include all of the Feeding Pennsylvania network. Thanks to corporate donations, the program has distributed more than 34 million servings of fresh milk since it began, through a network of pantries, soup kitchens, shelters, and feeding programs.
I want to say thank you to Fill a Glass with Hope and all the great work that they're doing. It's a passion of mine to help other people. And I think that we realize that now more than ever, how important it is for us to support each other.
The funds raised through grants, corporate sponsors, and individual donors share our goal in providing fresh milk to those who need it the most.
While this program started in Pennsylvania, we continue to expand Fill a Glass with Hope throughout the ADA Northeast region. Retail promotions allow customers to round up at checkout with donations contributing to milk purchases at local food banks. In 2022, the Fill a Glass with Hope campaign raised over $730,000 through retail fundraising, corporate contributions, and grassroots donations. This funding provides nearly 165,000 gallons of fresh milk to families in need.
For me today, this calf just has so much style. She's an end of March calf, a little bit of a younger heifer here today, but love the style. I love the front end and the length and neck on this heifer, and it's in those feet and legs. She has a little more flex to that hock and travels out a little nicer on her rear feet and legs than a beautiful side profile heifer we have coming here in second. Heifer in second has a bit more forerib, especially than our heifer in first, but just like to change the mobility on this heifer, a heifer that steps out a little straight in her hock and a little flat in the pastern for me today. But it is her dairiness and femininity throughout that takes her over a heifer in third. Heifer in third is a heifer I think probably has the best set of feet and legs in the class. She's just a little overdone for me today, carrying a bit excess flesh, especially through the hips, pins, and thurls to get higher in the class. But an extremely balanced individual, and it's the way she steps out on those feet that takes her over a heifer here in fourth. The heifer in fourth, I just love the front end on this heifer. I love the extension of neck, the head and neck on this heifer, and that's what takes her over a really powerful big heifer here in fifth. Heifer in fifth, just like to give her a little more length and strength in that shine, but you really admire the depth, openness, and spring to her rib, and that's what takes her over the heifer here in sixth. Congratulations to all our exhibitors. Really nice class to start the heifer show. If you're following along in the Ayrshire catalog, entry number 1694 was first in Best Bred and Owned, 503 was 10th, 487 was third, 3109 was fifth, 868 was fourth, and second Best Bred and Owned, 809 was 11th, 751 was 12th, 3730 was 6th, 2911 was 8th, 2578 was 7th, 1224 was 9th, and 1135 was 2nd. We now have our Ayrshire winter calves entering the ring.
As we move through the Premier National Junior Ayrshire Show, I'd like to take a moment to reintroduce today's judge, Carla Stetzer. Carla is from Alma Center, Wisconsin, serving as the judge for the 2023 Open Milking Shorthorn and Junior Ayrshire shows. She grew up on a 40-cow registered milking Shorthorn dairy, which her brother and his family now own and operate under the Rovin Acres prefix. Carla has been involved with the American Milking Shorthorn Association in various capacities throughout the years, and her boys continue to enjoy showing them. She and her husband Dan, along with their 3 sons, Jay, Drew, and Sean, enjoy raising and showing their milking Shorthorns, Jerseys, and Holsteins. Along with cattle, they also farrow and show pigs, which has been a fun new adventure the past few years. When they are not working with their animals, they are usually coaching or watching their boys play whatever sport is in season. Carla has been honored to have the opportunity to judge cattle locally and internationally. She has also enjoyed serving as her county's dairy judging coach alongside her sister for many years. Carla has been a program specialist with Central Star Co-op for 22 years, starting with accelerated genetics. This has given her the opportunity to travel and meet many great people in the industry. She's excited to serve as a judge and attend the All-American Dairy Show for the very first time. Join me with a round of applause for Carla today, judging our Premier National Junior Ayrshire Show. In our Ayrshire Winter Heifer Calf class, third place entry, number 1397, Vales Pride Reynolds Rocker, exhibited by Gavin Valentine. Second place entry, number 878, Schultz King's Bliss, and she's also our first Best Bred and Owned, exhibited by Carly Supley. And congratulations to winning entry number 2887, Cozy Country Reagan Mai Tai ET, exhibited by Taylor Heater. Judge Carlo, with your reasons.
I think two heifer calves here that sorted themselves to the top quite handily for me today, but I'm starting with the heifer calf that just gives you so much balance. She's so deep in the fore and rear rib with the spring to the rib as well, a heifer that's style from head to tail. A heifer for me that I prefer over the rump structure a bit more over the heifer in second, a heifer that's a little longer and wider in that rump structure than our beautiful stylish heifer coming here in second. Heifer in second over the heifer in third in that style, in the bone quality, in the femininity throughout. Also the length and feminine head and neck on this calf takes her over the big powerful heifer here in third. Heifer in third, growthy kind of heifer. She's tall, she's long from end to end. Just need to give her a little more drop and openness to get any higher, but it's that size and scale and correctness of feet and legs that take her over a heifer here in fourth. Fourth and fifth, two really nice, well-balanced kind of heifers, just not quite the style that we have in our top two, but a really nice quality calf class all the way through. Congratulations.
If you're following along in your catalogs for the Ayrshire show, entry number 1316 was 9th, 1397 was 3rd, 4283 was 8th, 218 was 10th and second place bred and owned, 424 was 4th, 2887 was 1st, 878 was 2nd, but first place best bred and owned. 2603 was 6th, 365 was 7th, and 865 was 5th. We now have our Ayrshire fall calves now entering the ring.
Our judge has completed his placings in the spring heifer class in the Junior Guernsey show. In third place is CS J.C. Penny Kulala, exhibited by Austin Holcomb. And in second place is Rudder Brothers, You Are a Sweetie, ETVP, exhibited by Raya Singler. And winning the class is Twin County Tap Me In, ET, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Judge, your comments.
Beautiful class of Guernsey spring calves to kick off the heifer show here. These top two heifers go up pretty easily for me today. Definitely a pair. This top heifer, though, she's got a slight advantage over the heifer in second. She's a little bit cleaner through that neck, throat, and brisket. She's a little more stylish through that rump structure, keeps that tail head tucked between the pin bones a little bit nicer than the heifer in second. She also keeps those legs beneath the rump structure a little bit better when on the move than the heifer in second. I admit this second place heifer is a taller individual than your heifer in first. She's also a touch deeper in that fore and rear rib than your first place heifer. However, it's her style and angularity that carry her over the heifer in third. She's cleaner cut through that shoulder, more open through that rib, a little sharper down that top line, a little less patchy through the hips and pins, and a slightly more incurving in the thigh than this heifer in third. I admit this third place heifer is a more powerful individual, having more width through the front end, standing with more width between the front feet than your heifer in second does, and it is that size and strength that carry her over the heifer in fourth. She's wider through that front end, carries it back to a wider hip set of hips, pins, and thurls. She combines that with being a touch deeper in the fore and rear rib. I admit this heifer in fourth is cleaner cut throughout, sharper through the neck, throat, and brisket, sharper through that rump structure, more open through the rib, and it is that style and angularity that carries her over this heifer coming out in fifth. She's cleaner cut through the front end, as I said, more open through the rib, a little deeper in the fore and rear rib, less patchy over the hips and pins, and cleaner cut through that back end. Take nothing away from this fifth place heifer. She has the advantage in also being cleaner cut than the heifer in sixth. Less throaty through the front end, a little less patchy through the hips and pins. I admit the sixth place heifer is a little wider through the front, a little wider through the back end than the heifer ahead of her. However, it's just her overall balance and blending of parts that help carry her out over this group of heifers coming out behind her today.
If you're following along in your catalog in the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show in the spring calf class, 3081 was 10th, 3601 was 12th, 3025 was 13th, 3296 was 9th, 4227 was 2nd, 1804 was your winning entry, Twin County, Tap Me In, E.T., exhibited by Landry Fraley. 597 was 6th, 2975 was 4th, 2636 was 3rd, 1174 was 7th, 126 was 8th, 1868 was 5th, and 1872 was 11th. Entering the class now are our winner heifer calves.
In our Ayrshire Fall Heifer Calf class, third place entry number 3865, Lil E's Reagan's Twilight, exhibited by Aaron Schonecker. Second place entry number 1202, Bujon Vale Reynolds Kiwi ET, exhibited by Nicole Aerosmith. And winning entry number 2475, Maple Dell Reynolds Dale, exhibited by Anna Campanari. Judge Carla, with your reasons.
I think a really nice pair of calves that sorted themselves quite handily to the top of the class for me today, but under close inspection, when I came and looked at them close, this October calf gets the nod for me today, a calf that travels out a little nicer, especially on those rear feet and legs, a calf that I prefer the squareness of rump structure, the width of pins, and a little more flex to the hock than we have on the really beautiful, stylish calf coming out here in second. Calf in second, love the style, love the head and neck on this calf, and it's that style and angularity that takes her over the bigger heifer here in third. Heifer in third, a super well-balanced kind of heifer, made right, just not quite the style we have in the girls above them. Third over fourth in the advantage of having a little more loin strength, being a little stronger over the top, being a little fuller about the crops, blending a bit more smooth from neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel than the really fancy calf coming out in fourth. Fourth over fifth in that dairiness from head to tail over the big heifer in sixth. Congratulations to our exhibitors.
If you are following along in your catalogs for the Ayrshire Fall Heifer Calf class, entry number 3338 was 10th, 2475 was first, 1685 was 7th, 1202 was second, 1529 was 8th, 492 was 5th in second place, bred and owned, 2919 was 4th in first place, best bred and owned. 481 was 9th, 2526 was 11th, 3865 was 3rd, and 658 was 6th. Our Ayrshire Summer Yearlings are now entering the ring.
Our judge has completed his placings in the Premier National Junior Show winter calf class in the Guernseys. In third place is Dirty Booch Jagger Moron, exhibited by Andrew Blosser. In second place is Warwick Manor Indigo Chimney, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. And winning the class is Rocky Hill Java Ho 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 ETV, exhibited by Logan Shoup. Judge, your reasons.
Beautiful class of Guernsey winter calves. This first heifer jumped off the page when she walked in the ring. She'll go to the top for me. She's got the advantage over the heifer in second. She's just a little bit more power full through that front end. She stands on a slightly shorter pastern than this heifer in second. She's a little more stylish to that rump structure with the tail head that sits more neatly between that wider set of pin bones. I admit this second place heifer blends a little more smoothly through the front end, especially in the crops, than your heifer in first. And it is that blending of parts that carries this second place heifer over the heifer in third. She blends more smoothly through that front end, a touch tighter at the point of shoulder, tighter at the point of elbow, touch fuller in the crops. She's also got the advantage of being a little deeper in that fore-end rear rib than the heifer in third. Third over fourth, she's got the advantage in size and scale. She's taller in that front end, a little longer from end to end. She also is stronger down that top line, especially in the chine region. She's being fuller in the crops than the heifer in fourth. Fourth over fifth, it's her advantage in refinement and angularity. She's a little cleaner cut to that neck and throat, a little sharper through the hips and pins, a little more open through the rib. Fifth over sixth, it's her advantage in size and power. She's taller in that front end. She's got more width through the front end. She's longer from end to end, taking her out over the really balanced littler heifer coming out in sixth today.
If you're following along in your catalog in the recently completed winter calf class for the Premier National Junior Guernsey Show, 1125 was 8th, 123 was 13th, 666 was 11th, 351 was your class winner, and she was Rocky Hill Java Ho 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 ETV, exhibited by Logan Shoup. Entry 3339 was 6th, 2463 was 15th, 3395 was 12th, 2167 was 14th, 2750 was 4th, 1877 was 2nd, 799 was 7th, 3052 was 5th, 3031 was 3rd, 1750 was 10th, and 2771 was 9th. Entering the ring now are our fall calves.
In our Ayrshire Summer Yearling class, third place entry number 407, Lone Dove Acres Champion Zella, exhibited by Grace Hostetter. Second place entry and first best bred known, entry number 1399, Hilltop Player Joy, exhibited by Hannah Gingrich. And winning entry number 863, Schultz Just in a Rush, exhibited by Carly Supley. Judge with your reason.
In this summer yearling class today, I think this heifer just kind of excels the class for me today. She's really a balanced kind of heifer, but just so much taller and longer from end to end. A heifer that you admire the neck, the length of neck on this heifer and cleanliness throughout, a heifer that tracks out on a nice set of feet and legs as well. And she just excels the class in size, stretch, and scale over our young July heifer here in second. Heifers in second and third, really close pair of heifers. I just prefer the second heifer. I think she has a bit more openness, a bit more drop and depth to that rear rib, but really a straight line balance kind of heifer. And she goes over this August heifer here in third. The August heifer in third, another extremely balanced heifer, blends so smoothly from part to part, just like to drop that rib, especially the rear rib, to get any higher in the class today. The heifer in fourth, just a heifer that didn't want to show herself off today. Just a heifer I'd like to change the way she tracks out on her rear feet and legs to get any higher in the class. Nice group of heifers.
If you're following along in your catalogs for the Ayrshire Summer Yearling class, entry number 407 was third, 1327 was seventh, 1399 was second, first bred known, 1598 was sixth, 2500 was fourth, 863 was first, and 1326 was fifth. We now have our Ayrshire Spring Yearlings entering the ring.
When you have a scientist from the dairy checkoff at the table with these companies, it gives the dairy farmers a voice. Hey, here's our product, here's a great nutritional product, you need to use more of it.
Checkoff, working with the right partners and leaders in their industry, is really making sure that the dollars are amplified and used as effectively as they possibly can be.
fun dancing around?
Yeah, but he's running 56, not 55.
So 56 is probably his open show number.
Okay, I'm going by my number.
Yeah, because that's the way.
That's probably right.
Yeah. Because I know some people weren't writing names and classes and stuff on the backs of their cards. So my guess is he's the open show number.
Our judges completed his placing in the Guernsey Fall Calf class. In third place is Glenellen Spooner Jezebel ETV, exhibited by Madison Davis. In second place is Ely Highland Yeti Mia, exhibited by Renee Ely. And winning the class is Jacoris Latimer Shotzi, exhibited by Kalina Rhodes. Judge, your comment.
Beautiful group of fall calves here. I started off with this heifer in first. She's a November heifer. She's not going to win any size contest, but she's the best heifer in the ring today. This heifer for me today, she's got the advantage of being a little cleaner cut through that front end, especially that neck, throat, and brisket over the heifer in second. She tracks out more straightforward on those rear legs, stands on a shorter, stronger set of pasterns while also being flatter boned about that hock. Obviously, got to give the advantage to this second place effort and the advantage in size and strength. She's a little wider through that front end, a little wider through the back end, has the advantage in height at the point of withers. However, it's her advantage in body capacity that carries it over the heifer in third. She's deeper in the fore and rear rib. She's a little more pleasing through that tail head. She also keeps those legs tucked more squarely beneath the rump structure and has less set to the hock when viewed from the side than the heifer in third. Third over fourth, it's her advantage in size, stretch, and scale. She's got the advantage in altitude at the point of withers. She's a little deeper in that rear rib, is a little longer from end to end, is a little wider from through the front end, a little wider through the back end than the October heifer coming out in fourth. I admit this fourth place heifer is cleaner cut and better on the legs than the heifer in third. However, it is that style combined with her depth of body that carried over the heifer in fifth. She's cleaner cut through that neck, throat, and brisket, a little less patchy over the hips and pins, deeper in that fore end, rear rib, more boldly sprung about that rib cage. Fifth over sixth, it's her advantage in correctness through the feet and legs. She tracks more straightforward on those rear leg stands with more width between the hocks when viewed from behind. She's more nearly level from hips to pins and more stylish through that tail head than the big, powerful heifer coming out in sixth.
In our Ayrshire Spring Yearling class, third place entry number 4155, Jackson Hill Tuxedo Peter, exhibited by Dane Jancy. Second place entry number 408, Reeds Creek Kingsire Charlotte, exhibited by Grace Hostetter. First place entry, and also first place best bred and owned, 3347, Lincolnshire Mango Money, exhibited by Joshua Place. Judge Carlo with your reasons.
Another group of Ayrshire yearlings here. I can relate. I have teenage boys, so I know how these teenagers act sometimes. So it takes a little bit to get a good look at them sometimes, but I think two heifers that sorted themselves quite handily to the top of the class for me today. And the difference between first and second for me is that drop and openness to rib. This first heifer is just a lot more open, especially deeper in her fore rib. than the heifer here in second, a heifer that's also a little stronger over the top, stronger over the chine, and stronger through the loin than the really beautiful, stylish heifer here coming in second. Heifer in second, love the feet and legs on this heifer, a heifer that's really long from nose to tail, and it's her overall cleanliness and it's her spring to the rib that takes her over a really growthy heifer here in third. Heifer, it took me a while to get a decent look at this heifer, but I appreciate the size, the length, the stretch, the correctness of feet and legs on this heifer, and in those reasons, she goes over the heifer in fourth. Heifer in fourth, well-balanced kind of heifer, just a heifer that's carrying a bit too much excess flesh for me today to get any higher in the class, and it's her balance and width throughout that takes her over a stylish little heifer here in fifth. A really nice class, top to bottom. Congratulations.
If you're following along in your catalogs for the Ayrshire Spring Yearling class, entry number 2703 was 7th, 493 was 4th, 4155 was 3rd, 1322 was 5th, 1205 was 6th, 408 was 2nd, 3347 was 1st place, and best bred and owned. Our Ayrshire winter yearlings are now entering the ring.
If you're following along in your Guernsey catalog, in the recently completed fall calf class, 210 was the winning entry, and she was Jarkora Sladimir Shotzi, exhibited by Kalina Rhodes. 1741 was 4th, 3090 was 9th, 1127 was 7th, 3099 was 3rd, 524 was 6th, 2424 was 10th, 2697 was 7th, 2674 was 5th, 2164 was 11th, and 3130 was 12th, and 3539 was 8th. In the ring now is our summer yearlings.
In our Ayrshire Winter Yearling class, third place entry number 655, Borrowed Acres LB Classy, exhibited by Carter Brown. Second place entry number 870, S&M Air Predator Carol, exhibited by Madeline Branch. And winning entry number 2893, also first bred and owned, Joe Mill Burdette Kalani ET, exhibited by Taylor Heater. Judge Carla with your reasons.
I think probably the most complete class from top to bottom that I've seen in the Ayrshire show today. Really nice group of heifers here, but I'm starting the class today with a heifer that shows me so much depth and openness, and especially spring to that rib. It's the spring and depth to the rib, and it's the balance and the squareness of her rump that takes her over the heifer here in second. Heifer in second, a taller, longer heifer from end to end, just doesn't quite have that openness, spring, to get over a really balanced heifer in first. Second over third in her advantage in being longer from end to end, especially longer through the neck than the heifer here in third. The heifer in third, a very balanced kind of heifer, just like to lengthen her out from nose to tail and give her a little more drop and openness to the rib. Heifer in fourth, I really love and admire the head and neck on this heifer, a really long dairy kind of neck, just not quite smooth enough from the neck to shoulder and shoulder to barrel, or enough rib to get her above these other heifers today. And she goes over the heifer here in fifth, just a little more in condition today. Heifer in fifth, a big powerful kind of heifer, just carrying a bit too much excess flesh today, but a really nice group of heifers top to bottom.
If you are following along in your catalogs in the Ayrshire Winter Yearling class, entry 655 was third, 2893 was first and best bred and owned, 2552 was fifth, 1330 was fourth, and 870 was second. Our Ayrshire Fall Yearlings are now entering the ring.
Our judges completed his placing in the Guernsey Summer Yearling class. In third place is Littlefield's Judgment Hallow, exhibited by Kristen Widrick. In second place is Warwick Manor JCP Crown Royal, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. And winning the class is Rocky Hill Reputation Joliet, exhibited by Mara Ripley. Judge, your comments.
Another great class of Guernsey heifers out here in the ring. This first heifer goes to the top for me today. She's just the most complete, and she has the advantage in blending of parts and straightness of lines over the heifer in second. She blends more smoothly from neck to shoulder, shoulder to barrel. She's much stronger down that top line, especially in that chine-loin junction. Move out behind her. She tracks more straightforward on her rear feet and legs, while having more width between the hock when standing in line. She also has less set to that hock when viewed from the side. I admit this second place heifer is a little deeper in that fore and rear rib than your first place heifer. And it is that size, strength, and capacity that carry over the heifer in third. She's got more width through the front end, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls, and combines it with more depth to both the fore and rear rib, as well as being more boldly sprung about that rib cage. I admit this third place heifer is a cleaner cut heifer throughout, being more open through the rib, a little sharper through the front end, sharper through the hock. She also tracks more straightforward on those legs than the heifer in second. It is that angularity that carries her over the heifer in fourth. She's cleaner cut through the neck, throat, and brisket, more open through the rib, flatter boned about the hock. Then the fourth place heifer has got the advantage in width and power. It is that width and power that carries her over the heifer in fifth. She's wider through the front end, wider through the back end, deeper in the fore and rear rib than the heifer coming out in fifth. Fifth over sixth, it's her advantage in blending of parts. She's stronger down that top line, fuller in the crops, tracks more straightforward on those rear legs than the tall, long heifer coming out in sixth today.
If you're following along in your catalog in the Junior Guernsey show in the recently completed Summer Yearling class, entry 117 was fourth, 124 was fifth, 2427 was ninth, 1655 was seventh, 2348 was sixth, 667 was third, 1156 was eighth, 509 was 10th, 115 was 11th, 3721 was our winning entry, and she was Rocky Hill Reputation Joliet, exhibited by Mara Ripley. 1883 was second, and 2837 was 12th. Entering the ring now are our spring yearlings. At this time, I would like to take a moment to introduce our Guernsey royalty, who is currently pulling double duty in both rings. We have our National Guernsey Queen, Miss Mary Beth Collette. She resides in Tennessee. And our National Guernsey Princess is Elizabeth Nichols, and she comes from us from New York. So if we could give these two ladies a nice round of applause, as they've been very helpful all day today. Our judges completed his placing in the Guernsey Spring Yearling class. In third place is Greenslope's Michelangelo Mariah, exhibited by Braylon Bowen. In second place is from our Gertie, exhibited by Ian Snyder, and winning the class and best bred known is Twin County Tappy's Tribute, ETV, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Judge, your comments.
Not a big class, but a nice class nonetheless. This first heifer, again, not the biggest heifer in the world, but she is the most correct heifer in this group today. This heifer has the advantage over the heifer in second, being cleaner cut throughout. She's sharper through that neck, throat, and brisket, sharper over that shoulder, more prominent down that vertebrae. Cleaner cut over them hips and pins, and much flatter bone about the hock than the heifer in second. In addition, she's stronger down that top line, especially through that chine-loin junction. She's more stylish through that rump structure, keeps that tail head tucked more neatly between the pin bones. In addition, she just blends a little more smoothly through that front end. I admit the second place heifer is a wider individual, having more strength and power, more depth of heart than your heifer in first. She's a little wider through that back end, a little deeper in that fore end rear rib, and it is that size, stretch, and capacity that carries it over the heifer in third. She's got more power through the front end, more width through those hips, pins, and thurls. The advantage in being deeper in both the fore and rear rib and more boldly sprung to the top of that rib cage. I admit this third place heifer is a little cleaner cut throughout, especially that neck, throat, and brisket, much flatter bone about the hock than the heifer in second. And it is that angularity that carries her over the heifer in fourth. She's cleaner cut through the neck and throat, more open through that rib, a little deeper through the fore and rear rib, as well as being less patchy through the back end. Fourth over fifth, she's just a little bit taller today, a little bit longer today than the heifer in fifth. She's a little deeper in the fore and rear rib. I admit this fifth place heifer tracks more straightforward on those rear legs, just not quite the size and capacity to get over anyone else in this class today.
In our Ayrshire Fall Yearling Heifer class, third place entry number 3546, 8 acres Reagan Clarity, exhibited by Faith Avidician. Second place entry number 1691, Full Air B Memory, exhibited by Madison Maurer. In our winning entry, number 1141, Vale's Pride Jazz Expression. She's also our best bred and owned, exhibited by Caden Valentine. Judge Carla, with your reasons.
A nice group of yearlings here in the class, but I think this heifer in first, she's just so stylish, she's so balanced, she blends so smoothly from part to part all the way throughout. I love the high chine on this heifer, and I love the length of neck on this heifer as well. And it's the blending of parts that take her over a big, beautiful heifer here in second. Makes it a closer pair. This heifer in second, I love the rump structure on this heifer. This heifer is really wide in that rump structure, so I admire that about her. Love the depth and openness. Just like to clean her up and make her a little bit smoother blending, especially in that shoulder, and give her a little more height of chine to get over the beautiful balanced heifer in first. Second over third, and her advantage in that openness, in that depth, especially in that spring of rib and the width of rump. Third, a nice heifer in her own right, a heifer that blends smoothly in her parts. Just like to change the way she tracks out on those rear feet and legs and give her a little bit of width at the hock. But a more stylish individual that takes her over the heifer in fourth. The heifer in fourth, you love the balance, you love the strength, especially in the chest floor of this heifer. Just not quite as clean as the heifers above her today. Nice class. Congratulations.
If you're following along in your catalogs, the Ayrshire Winter Yearling class, entry number 655 was third, 2893 was first and best bred and owned, 2552 was fifth, 1330 was fourth, and number 870 was second. We now have our first and second place heifer entries now entering the ring for a selection of junior champion of the Ayrshire show.
If you're following along in your catalog in the Guernsey show, in our recently completed spring yearling class, entry 2161 was fourth, 3396 was fifth, 1183 was second, 1805 was the class winner, and she was Twin County Tappy's Tribute ETV, exhibited by Landry Fraley. In entry 127 was third. In the ring now are winner yearlings. Our judges completed his placings in the Guernsey Winter Yearling class. In third place is Snyder's Michelangelo Justine, exhibited by Allie Snyder. In second place is Maple Bottom L Picture Perfect, exhibited by Lily Ansel. And winning the class, and best by known, is Twin County Tappy's Trifecta ETV, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Judge, your comments.
Another beautiful group of heifers out here. This first heifer goes to the top for me today. She's just a little more correct and a little more straight in her lines than the heifer in second. She's a touch stronger down that top line, a little stronger through that chine, a little stronger through the back of her top line. In addition, she's a touch cleaner cut through that front end, a little cleaner cut through the back end, a little more incurving the thigh, and a little bit flatter boned about the hock. I admit this second place cow's got the advantage of being much deeper in both the fore and rear rib, touch wider through the front end and through the back end than the heifer in first. It is that width that helps carry her over the heifer in third. She's wider through the chest floor, carries it back to a wider rump structure. She's deeper in the fore and rear rib. She also blends more smoothly through those crops than your heifer in third. Third over fourth, it's her clear-cut advantage in size and scale. She's taller in the front end, more uphill run when viewed from the side. She's longer from end to end. She has more width between the front feet, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls than the heifer in fourth. I admit this fourth place heifer's a cleaner-cut individual, sharper and leaner through that neck, sharper over the hips and pins, and it is that angularity that helps carry her over the heifer in fifth. She's cleaner-cut throughout, more open through that rib, a little deeper in the rear rib today than the heifer in fifth. Fifth over sixth, it's her blending of part. She just blends a little more smoothly through that neck and shoulder, a little fuller in the crops, a little deeper in that rear rib as well, and tracks a little more straightforward on the rear legs than the heifers coming out behind her in this class today.
If you're following along in your catalog in the Guernsey show in our recently completed winter yearling class, number 2799 was 7th, 801 was 5th, 3029 was 6th, 1807 was a class winner, Twin County Tappy's Trifecta ETV, exhibited by Landry Fraley. 128 was 4th, 1185 was 3rd, and 2594 was 2nd. Entering the ring now are our fall yearlings.
Over here in the Ayrshire ring, we have all the heifers and exhibitors out here vying for junior champion. I tell you, this is a really tremendous group of kids out here too. They've been working hard all day. Many of these kids have been in multiple classes, as well as some of the kids that aren't out here as well. A great group of heifers, but a really great group of kids. So I think they all deserve a nice round of applause. This takes a lot of hard work. I pulled my 4 favorite out here today. I'm going to go congratulate them. I'm going to congratulate my junior champion, then reserve, then honorable mention, and then I'll come back to give you my comments. For junior champion today, I just love this October calf. She just puts it all together for me today. Loads of style, she's balanced, beautiful rumped kind of heifer, tracking out on a tremendous set of feet and legs. And it's that angularity and style that take her over the heifer and that I made reserve in your fall yearling. She's just a little bit cleaner cut today for me, a little bit wider in the pin bones than this really beautiful, well-balanced fall yearling here that I made reserve. Taking nothing away from our honorable mention, this winter calf, love the rib on this heifer. Just doesn't blend quite as smoothly in that front end from part to part to get over this fall yearling, but three beautiful, beautiful heifers. Congratulations to these breeders and exhibitors.
For our junior champions of the Ayrshire Show, honorable mention junior champion was our winning winter calf, entry number 2887, Cozy Country Reagan Mai Tai ET, exhibited by Taylor Heater. Reserve junior champion was our winning fall yearling heifer, entry number 1141, Vale's Pride Jazz Expression, exhibited by Caden Valentine. She will also be our best bred and owned of the junior show. And then our junior champion was our winning fall heifer calf, entry number 2475, Maple Dell Reynoldsdale, exhibited by Anna Campanari. Congratulations.
Our judges completed his placing in the Guernsey Fall Yearling class, and in third place is Snyder's Copper Gentry, exhibited by Blair Gable. In second place is Snyder's HPGG Annie Mae, exhibited by Bailey Bowman. And winning your class, and also best bred and known, is Twinbrook 8, Kiss Me Kate, exhibited by Jocelyn McMurray. Judge, your comments.
Nice class of fall yearlings. This first heifer goes to the top for me. She just outhorses the rest of the group. She's got the advantage in altitude in the front end. She's longer from end to end. It's got good depth to go with it, but she combines it with an advantage in strength and power through that front end, carries it back to a wider set of hips, pins, and thurls than the heifers coming out behind her. I'll admit this second place heifer's a cleaner cut individual. She's longer and leaner through that neck, throat, and brisket, more open through the rib, less patchy over the hips and pins, and flatter boned about the hock than the heifer in first. However, it's her blending of parts and her depth of body that carry over the heifer in third. She's deeper in that fore and rear rib, blends a little more smoothly from neck to shoulder, shoulder barrel, being a little bit fuller in the crops than the heifer in third. I admit this third place heifer is taller, displays more uphill run than your heifer in second. However, it's her style and angularity that help carry her over the heifer in fourth. She's a little cleaner cut to that neck, throat, and brisket, has the advantage of being a touch deeper in that rear rib. She's a little less patchy over the hips and pins, and a little flatter boned about the hock than the heifer in fourth. This fourth place heifer, I'll admit, is a little wider than your heifer in third, blends a little more smoothly through the crops. However, just not quite the style, not quite the angularity to get any higher in this class today.
If you're following along in your catalog in the Guernsey Fall Yearling class, entry 1162 was third. 514 was your class winner. Twinbrook Ace, Kiss Me Kate, exhibited by Jocelyn McMurray. 1734 was fourth, and 125 was second. Entering the ring now are heifers in contention for junior champion. At this time, we'd like to take a moment to introduce those heifers that are entering the ring to compete for their chance at junior champion. There were 13 spring heifer calves shown. The winner of that class was Twin County Tap Me In ET, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Second in the class was Rudder Brothers You Are a Cutie ETVP, exhibited by Raya Singler. There was 15 winter calves shown today, and the winner of that class was Rocky Hill Java Ho 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 ETV, exhibited by Logan Shoup. Second in the class was Warwick Manor Indigo Chimney, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. There were 12 fall calves shown today, and the winner was Jericho Sladimir Shotzi, exhibited by Kalina Rhodes. Second went to Ely Highland Yeti Mia, exhibited by Renee Ely. There were 12 summer yearlings, and our class winner was Rocky Hill Reputation Juliet, exhibited by Mara Ripley. Second place went to Warwick Manor JCP Crown Royal, exhibited by Carly Stoltzfus. There were 5 spring yearlings exhibited, and the class winner was Twin County Tappy's Tribute ETV, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Second in the class was Framera Gertie, exhibited by Ian Snyder. There were 7 winter yearlings exhibited, and the class winner was Twin County Tappy's Trifecta ETV, exhibited by Landry Fraley. Second in that class was Maple Bottom L Picture Perfect, exhibited by Landry Fraley. In our recently completed fall yearling class, there was 4. The winning entry was Twin Brook Ace Kiss Me Kate, exhibited by Jocelyn McMurray. And second place was Snyder's HPGG Annie Mae, exhibited by Bailey Bowman. These are your heifers in contention for junior champion.
What a tremendous heifer show here we've had this afternoon in the Guernsey ring. There's some tremendous heifers back in the barn. There's another great group of heifers standing in this line behind me, but I pulled these 6 out in front of you to select your junior champion of this Guernsey heifer show from. I pulled out your first and second place fall calves, your first place summer yearling, your first place spring yearling, and then this first and second place winter yearling is here in the back. I pulled out 6. I think these 6 exemplify what we're looking for in dairy cattle across all breeds, not just the Guernsey breed, but they're stylish, they're angular, they got great feet and legs, good depth of body, good strength, power, and substance, all the things you're looking for in a good dairy cow. So without further ado, I'm going to go out and select my junior champion, my reserve, and my honorable mention in that order, and then I'll talk about them each individually a little more. This summer yearling, she's going to be my junior champion today. This heifer is really extreme, but in all the right ways. She's super clean cut, she's super stylish, she's strong down that top line, great feet and legs, beautiful depth of body, jumps off the page when she walks in the ring for her class. Heifer that's pretty tough to miss. She'll be your junior champion today. Take nothing away from this spring yearling. She follows the same pattern. She's strong down that top line, good depth of body and great feet and legs under. Follows the exact same patterns that summer yearling, maybe not quite as hyper refined, but still a really, really special heifer. And then for honorable mention, I followed up with this November-born fall calf. Again, not the biggest heifer in the world, but she might be the most correct one I've seen out here. She's super stylish, super clean cut, great feet and legs, puts it all together in a beautiful package. She'll be your honorable mention heifer today. So let's give a big round of applause to all these Guernsey exhibitors on a tremendous show today.
Congratulations to our junior champion, the winning summer yearling, Rocky Hill Reputation Joliet, exhibited by Mara Ripley. Our reserve junior champion was also our best bred known heifer, Twin County Tappy's Tribute ETV, the winning spring yearling, exhibited by Landry Fraley. And our honorable mention was the first place fall calf, Jacora Vladimir Shotzi, exhibited by Kalina Rhodes. That's the conclusion of our Guernsey show. Thank you to everybody who participated, all the volunteers that helped organize this show, and to our judge and all the participators. Thank you.